Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I had to go do something now, bro. Letter, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Jane and I'm calling from Healthcare Solution. How are you doing today?
What's going on, man? How you doing today? I'm doing all right.
Oh, that's perfect. God bless you with the good health. Short call about Medicare. So I believe you have Medicare Part A and B, right?
Yeah, I got the A and the B. What? Are you offering me like some extra stuff, like I can get some dental and some food stamps and stuff like that? You helping me out? What's up? Hello? Punjabi! Punjabi!
I just have to ask, do you know that song?
No, I don't.
Metal drummer.
But
Remember we had that other drummer on here doing that thing. Hey, bro, I got 2 minutes after you. You got on 2 minutes after I got off? Well, that's terrible. These guys just be hearing music and play it. YouTube Drumeo. I don't know. This is on YouTube, so we shouldn't get no trouble playing music.
I just have to ask, do you know that song?
I know
no,
it.
I don't.
I know it.
But I now have the song structure. So
I just have to say, this is blowing my mind right now.
what was
I'm
that?
so glad you don't know this song.
No, yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's I wouldn't even know what band it is, to be honest. So I have no idea. I might have heard it before.
He don't even listen to music. He's a musician that don't listen to music. What the hell? What the hell? And what's the dog doing?
I don't know, because it sounds like something I might have heard before, but I definitely don't listen to this band or know this band very well. So
He knows who they are. They live right down the street from him.
Well, we won't tell you what it is until
no,
the end, so.
don't. You know, this might be fun for people to know. So I do this when I do session work in the studio, which I've done tons of. I've developed a method to just, when you listen to a song the first time, just count, name the parts, count the bars, and then at least if anything, you have a structure. So in this case, that's all you need. Since
Then you can just freehand it and go buck wild in there. And I like to do my solos right in the middle. Well, like a 6-7 minute solo, drum solo. It ain't. That's how I normally do it when I go into the sessions.
drums, I can make up my own. Which thank you guys.
See, he's making up his own. That's a solo.
It's very generous of you. So me.
They call that free balling.
Having at least the structure, I'm not saying I'm gonna
Hey, bro!
maybe read this perfectly, but at least I'll have some.
Y'all boys over there on YouTube, we're also on kick.com. A lot of y'all ain't seen me on YouTube in a while because YouTube likes to take my channel down for some odd reason. I have no idea why. But we're over on the kick.com platform. They don't mess with us. We're over there gaming and doing the regular show.
Idea of where I am.
I had to go down. I stopped gaming this morning because I had to go down. We're digging test holes on another yard, and I had to go down and take pictures because it's got some bad dirt in it. What does that mean, Jamie? Well, you can't. Bad dirt's not compactable dirt, and you can't put stuff on top of it and not think it's going to not fail. In this case, a parking lot. They're wanting to pave it. So if you just come in there and it's all lumpy and shit, you just come in there and put asphalt down on it. Them trucks riding across it will crack it. And you go, my asphalt cracked. And I'm parking lot striping and crack filling, baby. So we got to calculate how much bad dirt's in there Because they'll have to take that bad dirt out, bring in good dirt, compact it, and then put your rock down up and so on and so forth. So we had to do that, and I sent her the pictures. And we'll be working. There's a formula on this shit. On how much dirt we got to take out, how much we got to put back in, and how much rock and all that, and so on and so forth to get to the finished product. They're going to be looking at a lot more money now because a lot of that dirt's got to come out down there to do that, because they're wanting a warranty on the finished product. Now, the paving companies won't warranty it because it's got bad dirt in it. Now, they come in, yeah, we'll put something down, but there ain't no warranty on it. She'd be all jacked up and buckled. Looks like your girlfriend's butt. It's dimples. You know how it does when she's walking around the house butt naked.
I mean, I have a few of the accents on there, you know, a few little things I noticed on the bass and like the ending of the song and stuff. And so, yeah, let's try this. I'm excited to try it. Let me put my gloves on for this.
He ain't heard this song. This song played 14 times an hour on pretty much all radio stations when it come out. Takes off her dress now. Mr. Whiteside. That's a pretty good song. I think that's Mr. Whiteside or something like that. Mr. Whiteside. I can't understand what half these guys are saying when they're singing. I just like the beat.
Missed the ending, damn it.
You're hired.
You need to get a haircut, you damn hippie.
Piece of paper from that woman regarding something that was over at Duncan Tail. Where is it? What date was it?
Oh, from yes. Jerome took it upstairs. I have to call him. He took it up.
Oh, we played this yesterday where she's talking about his fat ass. Ain't nobody care about his fat ass. This some bitch is sitting up here on his fat ass not doing no work.
When I switched out the picture. I'll call him.
I don't want you to do a
Show us that pedophile ring you got.
goddamn thing. I want you to have a fucking...
Red Dirt Farm, country girl, Barbara Cook, how you doing?
That's what I want. That's the kind of stamp that I want to have. So some stupid other motherfucker did it.
Ooh, this is a family show. You can't be cussing like that, girl. And she all out there in public, she acts like she's all highfalutin and she wouldn't talk like that. This is the real her. What you're seeing right here. This is the real Sheila Jackson Lee. Sheila Jackson Lee.
I don't have the information. Nobody sent me the information. I need to ensure my schedule. And, if Boo Boo did it, shit ass did it. Fuck
Boo Boo.
And nobody knows a goddamn thing in my office. Okay? Nothing.
You need to stop
I
all
gave
that
it to
cussing.
you. Your job was to get it on the calendar, imprint it in your brain, or send me the information back saying, Congresswoman, I made sure that the Ovi Duncan Tell event that you gave me for so-and-so date at 7 is on the fucking calendar. Not to, Jerome has it. Okay? So when I call Jerome, he's going to be sitting up there like a fat-ass, stupid idiot, talking about what the fuck he doesn't know. Okay? Both of y'all are a fucking F. It's the worst shit that I could have ever had put together.
Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Fucking idiots. Serve no goddamn purpose. Ain't managing nobody, nobody's respecting them, nobody gives a shit about what you're doing. And you ain't doing shit.
He's recording your ass. He's exposing your ass.
And this is an example of it. I gave it to you.
I wonder, does he still got a job or did she fire him?
This is not child work. Okay?
It's not child work. It's clown work, what y'all do up there in Washington, D.C. Bitcoin NSA created Bitcoin.
Said I'm crazy. I don't look it up. NSA created SHA-256, which is the algorithmic procedure behind Bitcoin. And everyone said I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about. Then I'm coming across Twitter, and here is a paper from.
He's got a peeper. We got peepers over here all the time. He's got a peeper too.
1990s.
Wouldn't you want to be a? That's a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? That's an old Dr. Pepper commercial. I'm a pepper. He's a pepper. And so I'm gonna do a song. Well, I'm not a peeper. I do like to watch. I'm a peeper. You're a peeper. He's a peeper. Wouldn't you like to be a peeper too? That's like 1980s commercial for Dr. Pepper.
6, and the paper was called How to Make a Mint, the Cryptography of Anonymous Electric Cash. This was written in 1996 by NSA. And you know, coincidentally, who the author of that 1996 paper about electronic cash, do you know who the author was? It was Tasoki Nakamoto. Doesn't that sound like Satoshi Nakamoto, who is the credited author for Bitcoin paper, which was in 2008? Look it up. NSA created SHA-256, which is the algorithmic procedure behind Bitcoin. And everyone said, I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking.
Hold on a second. Let me get them a video to watch. I just started the show, man. What you doing?
Just trying to get somebody to take these logs. It don't cost us anything.
Pepperjack TV, what's up? Pepperjack, what's going on? You said take it to get the logs?
Talking to me, Jay.
Yeah, you trying to get somebody to get the logs?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. I got a guy that I've used in the past. He's going to let me know something later on this afternoon.
They have them in the bathrooms on the wall for the light. You too can stop human trafficking, right? You see all those in the airport, which is important and absolutely is. And then you see, like, half the plane is chartered for people that the Biden administration is shuttling around. I think our government, in conjunction with the airlines, are human trafficking people around our country. Yeah. So it feels a little bit disingenuous. Like, who do you call? Yeah, you can call the poster and be like, hey, Joe Biden just bought a plane full of people and shuttled them, from Nogales, Arizona, up to Derry, New Hampshire. Okay.
Yeah. What Christina is saying is actually 100% true, because we see not only on some of the networks, again, myself, I saw people in Chicago that were flown up from San Antonio and San Diego, one from South America, one from Africa, and they are in the country illegally. We, of course, are fine with an immigrant coming to this country through a legal way, but if we don't know who the people are that are coming into our nation, we've got a problem.
Yeah, when I flew back from Tucson, it was like half the plane. And I say that not because of the way they look, but because they're easy to spot because they have the paperwork with them, right? Yep. They all have the same uniform paperwork. They have the same, what is it called, the carry-on. Like, they're assigned carry-on. You can see that they're being shuttled through. It was several.
I know I'm preaching to the choir here. We know that tensions are high around the world and in this nation. That's why it's great to have someone like President Trump do a speech wherever it is, whether it's New Hampshire, South Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, wherever he is, to encourage the nation, for us to realize, hey, you know what? We're not a lost cause. Even though our country's dealing with what we're dealing with, we still have God, we have the Constitution still, and we have someone named President Trump, Donald J. Trump, who is going to be here around 3 o'clock today here in Derry, New Hampshire.
Yep, absolutely looking forward to seeing President Trump. I'm sure his speech is going to be fun and exciting as always. I think one of my favorite parts about watching President Trump speak is the crowd's reaction. Because there are certain moments in the speech where you know the crowd's going to get excited. Anytime he makes a snarky comment about Joe Biden, the crowd usually loves that. But each place kind of has its own flavor as well, right? Like, different places find different aspects of his speech funny, and I enjoy watching the crowd's reaction to how he delivers his speech.
It's Wolfboro, New Hampshire, a couple weeks back. Brian Glenn and I were there for that coverage. If it's anything like that here,
that tree
there
grass
was
and
only
that dirt
800 to 1,000
that we
that could
pulled
fit
up
in that
over
auditorium
that
there.
dirty rock
But
shit.
some of the people, they'll call out, they'll yell out things, and sometimes President Trump will actually acknowledge them and say, "Thank you, sir." I mean, it's just a very
I told him, we did it a while ago and showed him what to do and told him to call him when he got through with that and I
Big
couldn't
crowds, because it's fun. The big numbers are always fun, right? You're like, look at how much support President Trump has. But in these smaller events,
Yeah.
like this one might be getting ready to start, these smaller events, it is more intimate, and you do have that back and forth, and
Yeah.
people do kind of get to exchange with them a little bit.
All right.
He's one of them that kind of likes to have his day planned out.
number
You
of
know what I
speakers,
mean?
including
So,
the gentleman you just spoke with.
as long as you let him know what you got ahead of him, he'll make it
There's
out.
a lot of coverage.
All right, I got him.
Until then, with
He just don't like last minute
live
stuff put
at
on
the
him.
State House in
Just
New
trying to
Hampshire
tell you
and
how
Concord.
he is.
And
Yeah, that's cool.
He does what? What does President Trump do there?
All right. I'll hit you back in a little bit. I'll hit you back
Tell
in.
him that way, everything goes a lot smoother.
Okay. I took him, we took him some deaf down there earlier. He needed some deaf.
Keep up with it.
Oh, I got it wrote down.
I know you do.
That shit ain't but $107 a jug.
I thought it was 207. Good.
No, I'll give you the discount on it.
You're a good guy, man. I tell you.
I appreciate it.
Oh boy, like to kick a man when he's down, don't you?
Yeah, I try to. Might as well kick him.
Good. Lighten up.
All right, man. I'll holler at you later on then.
All right.
Okay.
Actually converted from Islam.
Somebody tell Smashley I say hello.
On Fox the other day. So it's like
Somebody tell her I say hello.
grace. You know, we could still have people turn to God and turn to the God of the Bible and hopefully get onto a better page when it comes to faith. I know bringing
Danielle, what's going on, girl?
people the wrong way sometimes, but I'm a man of
You got
faith.
Laura in the house.
I'm a man of faith.
Yeah, I am, and I love your optimism. I'm just looking.
So
at
we'll keep an eye on this, and we'll come back when Trump starts speaking. Hamas, no, put her back. She's not a prisoner. She's for rape. What?
لا سبية تجيبوها لا سبية تجيبوها سبوها سبية سبوها
I don't know what he said.
رجعها ارجع مكانك تعال لا سبية تجيبوها سبوها سبية سبوها رجعها ارجع مكانك تعال.
These are the people liberals are protesting for. Hamas are evil terrorists that need to be eradicated. So do if that's true, so do the ones over there in Israel that are carrying out the atrocities of killing people as well. If you I agree with you on Hamas. If you're killing people, you need to be eradicated. We don't need that kind of thing in society. Ooh, 78-year-old man ran from the White House from his basement, picked his least popular former opponent as his running mate received the most votes of any presidential candidate at 4 a.m. Needed 20,000 troops to protect his most empty inauguration ceremony. Ancient giants.
We certainly have big shoes to fill now that they're gone. And because I'm a dad and dad.
What the hell?
They walked it.
That's a big ass shoe right there. And that's a leather sandal. It's got some straps on it though.
Among us.
She got them boots right there now. Now, Ron DeSantis could stand in one of them.
Certainly have big shoes to fill now that they're gone.
Press 1 for English. Press 2 for Scandinavian. Press 3 for Mongolian. You talk about Mongolian chicken? Well, yeah.
Because I'm a dad and dad jokes are in my
Somebody tell Smash that I say hello.
nature. One more
Oh,
before
Gibson
you
told her.
digitally
Thank you,
slap
Gibson.
me. I believe the Giants are the key.
That girl don't pay attention. She comes in here and I say, hello, Smashley. How you doing today? What's going on? Are you busy? And don't ever hear no answer.
Understanding much of our hidden past. Because
Look at that lock. That's a master lock.
Really shouldn't be
2 hands to pick that
hard for
bitch up.
people to believe. It is about the least conspiracy of all the conspiracies. There is such an abundance of evidence. From the news clippings of old to even Honest Abe, the eyes of that species of extinct giant whose bones fill the mounds of America have gazed on Niagara as ours do now. Notice how he said that extinct species, not all of the giants, because as you can see here, they were far from extinct at that time. We have pictures, we have bones, we have many accountings.
There were some big old girls.
All across this realm. But I suppose for some, unless it comes to them in the mainstream media in the form of Fox News or CNN, it will never become canon for them. Okay, sorry, I had to do one more, guys. But seriously, imagine us picking up these cannonballs and trying to load them into that cannon. Oh yeah, sure, it was decorative, the hundreds of large cannons. But good news, more are waking up daily.
That's a violin. That ain't a cello, that's a violin.
Friends, to question everything. Until next time.
Who the hell's gonna play that? Oh, that's just for novelty, James. Yeah, okay. 23-second clip equals pain. That's 3-1 right there. 3-1. Four. Describe this guy with one word. He's a nut job. He's a nut job. I think he's Jewish. I think he's Jewish too. Stern, ain't that a Jewish last name? I don't know. What are you trying to imply, Jim? I just pointed it out.
And vibrations.
Frequency is everything.
To understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of...
I'm free to speak, General Flynn.
solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely. Without any mental reservation. Or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully. Discharge the duties. Of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Where we go one, we go all.
Paper Jack.
God bless America. Do solemn.
Red Dirt Smasher, Red Dirt Farm said hello. My next piece is called Nothing Can Stop What's Coming. Paramount Pictures logo. Mount Hermon, where the fallen angels landed. Play close attention to the logo of Paramount Pictures. It features 22 fallen stars surrounding Mount Hermon. Perhaps it's just coincidence that the book of Enoch mentions fallen angels landing upon Mount Hermon, and that 22 leaders among them were named. These fallen angels then proceeded to make a pact among themselves to corrupt humanity's seed by laying with the daughters of men. Women are damn corruptible, easily corrupted. You got the snake over there in the garden, and then you got the fallen angels.
Several occasions that I wouldn't comment about the recent congressional hearings on the Iran-Contra matter until the hearings were over. Well, that time has come, so tonight I want to talk about some of the lessons we've learned.
Satan in Babylon's bull. Communist conquers and Cold War. Remember, who was that? What was that military guy that was caught up in all that? In the Contras thing. What was his name? It's been going on for a long time, people. They've been pushing these people off as women, and they're not really women. Them are men in drag, like Michelle Obama. They've been doing it for a long, long time. This is royalty. This is royalty. Look at them. Yeah, it's a man. Look at them shoulders on them guys. So is that men with men? It's men with feminine looking men. Does that make it okay? Well, no. You can't be doing that right there. That don't work out. You can't procreate like that. And that's what sex is supposed to be for, procreation. It feels good. But it's supposed to be for procreation. And you ain't supposed to be doing that right there. If you didn't know, that's banging two penises together. It don't work. Unless you hold one real still. And you can insert this other one in the tip, right there in the tip. Just a tip, Tommy. It's a man. It's a man. Right before Peekaboo James got elected Attorney General, she attended a defund the police event in her community. She got heckled and booed by other community members and had her mic cut up for trying to turn it into an anti-Trump rally. Evil Obama, Soros corruption.
Deporting more individuals.
Peekaboo!
Just not true at all. There is stepped up enforcement. There is stepped up enforcement. Let me just finish. Let me finish my statement. President Obama did.
President Obama. I got to bring him out because he's a black guy. And if I say President Obama, they go, he likes President Obama. I don't like President Obama. Is it because he's black? No. It's because of his policies. And he wasn't supposed to never be a president in this country in the first place. He wasn't born here. Now, I'm going off what Hillary said. Now, unless you're trying to tell me Hillary's a liar, I thought we were supposed to believe all women. Me too.
Number of people. There's no argument. You can't argue with facts.
What kind of facts you talking about there, Willis?
Facts. However,
Smash it, do the thumbs up while you're over there, Smash it. Somebody tell Smash to do the thumbs up while she's over on the YouTube side. All of y'all over on the Kick side, we'd appreciate if you go over to the YouTube side and do a thumbs up and leave a comment because it helps with our damn algorithms over there. I don't even know what an algorithm is.
however, ICE, as a result of what they're doing now, is ICE on steroids.
Trump 2024.
It's above and beyond.
That's a pillow right there. She got her a pillow.
Because President Obama focused primarily
And it's jiggling too. Them dots and stuff's making me, it's sort of freaking me out when it's jiggling like that. It's mesmerizing.
Under this administration,
Look at it.
president, they're
See it right there?
individuals for jumping the turnstile.
Jamie, you got one of them. Well, I ain't trying to be sexy. I'm automatically sexy.
Engaging in relatively
Look at it.
minor offenses, broken windows.
ICE don't do that.
ICE,
NYPD do that.
ICE is doing that.
ICE is not at 149th and 3rd Avenue every single morning, Letitia Jane, and I'm going to have to cut your mic. Because I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell y'all something right now. ICE is not at Broadway Junction. ICE is not at Utica and Eastern Parkway. ICE is not at New Lots and Hegeman on the number 3 line. That is the NYPD. Let's be clear on that. So we're not going to have elected officials do a song and dance and do this whole anti-Trump. Because the NYPD been kicking ass for 150 years.
Hell yeah, they should be kicking their ass up there. Pedro, it's true your personality reached out to Ben Shapiro and your own Osney to apologize for your anti-Semitism earlier this year. I won't be taking any advice about which candidate is the true Zionist shield from you. Prior to the publication of the Breitbart piece, Gonzalez reached out to Shapiro and apologized for his remarks. According to a source familiar with the situation, he told the Free Beacon he also apologized to Zoni. Who is he talking to? Nick, U.S. support for Israel increase under Trump, whose orange bathwater you drink. Are we ready for the false Christ conversation? Caesar Borgal. Look, I seen a video Joe Rogan was talking about that. He was pointing out the fact that, you can't talk about any other religions. You can't talk about Jews. You can't talk about Buddhism. You can't talk about Muslims. You can't talk about atheists. But you can shit all over Christians and not have any kind of backlash. You talk about one of them other religions and you just watch what happens. What's that tell you? Well, to me, it tells me that you can talk about all them all over there because they're part of Satan. You can't talk about Christianity, or you can talk about Christianity because it's the truth. That's what it tells me. I don't know. I might be reading this different than y'all. I don't know. Texas vaccine genocide. They found multiple diffuse blood clots and pulmonary embolisms in my lungs and arteries by my heart. Luckily, my body and heart have been handling the clots very well, but it's kind of scary knowing I've been walking around like a ticking time bomb. Did you get the jab?
Says, please, no solicity. And they say it so nicely.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get on up out of here, man. Say no soliciting. See how that's respect. It ain't like the kids today, they would have been banging on the door.
Lord, say something. Says, please, no solicity. And they say it so nicely.
Doing what's right even when no one else is looking. Well, his buddy was right there with him. Well, they both did what was right. I'm homeless for telling you the truth. I stood up to drug cartels and child traffickers. They own your politicians in court. This was the home that I left. That's a nice house. My children weren't on drugs. Yours were. They weren't stealing my house. They took yours. You're hard people to help. AOC hears about it from her own party. Resign. Ocasio-Cortez just got chewed out by her own party. Resign immediately. Oh, they're getting tired of your bullshit too. You're definitely brainwashed. If you think that I'm dipping down 6,666.6 feet of curvature every 3 minutes at Mach 2, you may be brainwashed. That's what that pilot said. Because he'd have to keep dipping his nose down. If not, he'd fly off into space because of the globe. What is it? Atmosphere. Gravity. Black power. Something's holding his ass to the globe. I don't know what it is. Climate change. Y'all done put all of this bullshit out there. I can have fun with it as much as I want to. Jamie, why did you steal that? Climate change. Why did you run the red light? Black power. Transphobia. That's what made me do it.
That can carry many more missiles. Biodegradable missiles, of course.
Oh, Lord, we got Greta on here talking about biodegradable missiles. Did she graduate high school?
Something literally everybody can do to stop this nonsense is, for example, block the roads to gardens and farms so the plants don't get overrun by these heavy, heavy tanks.
You block the roads to the farms where we get our food from because I like eating bugs. This is a moron. And y'all got her on TV out here because she's a child. And that plays on the sympathies of the people. We can put a kid out there. have her get all upset about how the climate is being just took away from her because of her future.
Hand grenades, very important. If you use hand grenades...
That bitch don't know nothing about hand grenades. Shut up, Greta.
Please use vegan grenades. No
vegan grenades? What's a vegan grenade? It's a lettuce ball over here. Well, we used to have pine cone wars now. I got hit in that eye right there with a green pine cone. If you don't know what a green pine cone is, most people know what a pine cone is when it opens up and it's all brittle and it falls off the tree. Before that happens, it's wrapped up tight like that and it's green, hard as a rock. And we were having a pine cone battle, and my cousin hit me in the eye with one, and it tore my retina. And that shit hurt. Now, I had to wear 3D glasses, and this happened in the 4th grade. I had to wear 3D glasses. That's what I called them, because it made everything look like it was slanted. Or everything looked like it was slanted out of this eye if I didn't have them glasses on. So I had to wear them to let and I had to keep it bandaged for a long time, to let my retina heal up. But he hit me in the eye with it, and that was cheating. You're cheating. We're supposed to be using regular pine cones, the ones that's already busted open. Busted open like your girlfriend. And they didn't hurt as bad. That green one was like getting hit with a baseball. And we're not playing dodgeball. Now, that's how we played dodgeball, was with baseball. Y'all a bunch of pussy kids out there got the little soft ones. Not us. Not back in the 70s and 80s. We were real kids.
Should have to give their life for all this mayhem and chaos. They have a special sticker on them. You really can't miss them in the grenade market or wherever you buy them. Yeah, I cover all of this and more in my newest book, Vegan Wars.
I
ordered Willie magazines.
Sneak link.
Oh my goodness. Soros family attempted to install their own former paid rep Tom Emmer as Speaker of the House. So we need to give him a call. What's his name? Tom Emmer? Let's give him a call, Drizzy.
You've reached the United States Capitol Switchboard. Please say the name of the senator or representative that you are trying to reach.
Thank you, Spencer.
Or say
Tom Emmer.
Please. Which are you trying to reach? You can say senator or representative.
Tom Emmer.
Please hold for a Capitol Switchboard operator.
Says McCarthy put him up.
Operator.
Tom Emmer's office, please.
Certainly, I can connect you here. One moment.
Congressman Emmer's office.
Yeah, Mr. Emmer. Did Mr. Emmer once work for Mr. Soros?
Sir, I can't discuss that over the phone at the moment. I can't discuss any details about anything with the congressman over the phone. And I can only really field calls from the people from the 6th Congressional District of Minnesota at the moment. And we're just getting such a volume of calls.
I imagine you are.
As quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, but I have to be moving forward. Have a great day.
Hold up. Hey, hello? They're hanging up the phone on me because I'm not from Minnesota. Well, I might be in Georgia on a job. The home state of Minnesota.
Operator, how can I help you?
Tom Emmer's office, please.
Hold
You see, they're being inundated with a whole bunch of calls. Hey,
how are you?
Hey, I'm pretty good. How you doing? I was calling. I'm doing a show on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick.com, and I'm calling congressmen and senators in America. And the guy I was on the phone with a while ago. He didn't want to talk to me because I'm not from Minnesota, and I didn't know that was a requirement for me to call up there and talk to a congressman that I had to be from Minnesota. I had some questions about, did he work for the Soros family?
Hi, sir. I can't discuss the congressman's past, the details over the phone right now.
Who could?
As quickly as possible.
Well, who could? Hey. Hello? He's going to say a spiel and then hang the phone up.
Reached the United States Capitol switchboard. Please say the name of the senator or representative that you were trying to reach. Or say, I'm not sure.
Tom Emmer.
Connecting you to the office of representative.
Tom Emmer.
Dialing.
2 million viewers.
Congressman Emmer's office. How can I help you?
Yeah, some kid keeps hanging up on me because I'm not from Minnesota. I'm trying to ask some questions. I'm doing a YouTube show, and I didn't know it was a requirement for me to call a congressman that I had to be from that state. I didn't know that was part of the rules. Is that part of the rules?
Well, sir, it's typically encouraged,
I hear
that way
you.
we can sift through, notes to the congressman a little bit easier. People calling from comments all across the country, it kind of makes it harder to check the pulse on the actual constituency.
It shouldn't be too hard for you to check the pulse when Americans are calling you. That should be the pulse that you're listening to.
750,000 people in a congressional district. That makes things a little.
How many of them?
The pipe gets a little clogged.
How many of them were Hold on, stop for a minute. Hey, let me get my question out.
Name for you?
Yeah, my good name for me is Jamie.
Daniel?
Jamie.
Oh, great. And what about your last name?
What's your name?
Luke.
How you doing? What's your last name, Luke?
Oh, you can Google me. I'm a federal employee, so everything about me is on the internet.
Yeah, you can Google me too.
We do this just so we can verify. And look, maybe the congressman wants to give you a response.
Well, you can Google me too.
That's get a good name for you.
Well, Jamie Chapman, you can Google me too. We're live right now. Luke, is a lot of them calls from Minnesota? Are they the Islamic refugees that Barack Obama?
The phone line is actually it's for comments to the congressman, comments, questions, concerns. I'm happy to take any of those down. I'm not.
Okay, well, this is
for some live YouTube show. But if you have any comments, questions, concerns, I can pass that along for you.
Sure. This is a question. Did he work for Soros, his family? Did he have anything? Well, we know he had something to do with installing all the Muslims in Minnesota that Barack Obama brought over. We would like to know why he did it.
It's a large Syrian population.
Yes. Are they Muslims? Are they Muslims?
Well, sir, I wouldn't be able to, ascertain the exact, identities of all those people. I know that Minnesota has about 1/3 of the entire Syrian population in its borders.
Mm-hmm. And that happened under Barack Obama, didn't it?
Sir, again, I'm here. I'm happy to pass along questions, comments, and concerns to the congressman.
All right, this is a question, then.
This isn't an interview, so if you have any questions, what's your question, comment, or concern, sir?
Okay, did he work for the Soros family?
Who?
Mr. Emmer. Who do you think we're talking about?
Well, sir, you haven't asked, one question about that the entire time. No,
I've asked that question 3 times.
He's been a state representative. He's been a federal representative.
I've asked that question 3 times. Did he work for the Soros family?
Well, sir, you're kind of breaking up. I don't know if you have a great connection, but I'm happy to answer that for you. No, sir.
So he didn't work for the Soros family?
No, sir. Not at all.
Hold up a minute now. Well, former paid rep, Tom Emmer, Speaker of the House. Communities have been played by as long as he's a holiday organization. The National Popular Vote Initiative. He didn't work for them? Paid spokesperson?
Sir, if you have any questions.
Did he work for the... Hold up a minute. You just made... Hold up. Did he work for the National Popular Vote Initiative?
National Popular Vote Initiative.
Yes. Was he a paid
Well,
spokesperson?
sir, I've never heard of that organization, so I wouldn't be able to speak to it. But I'm happy to pass, any questions.
Well, you just said he didn't work for the Soros family. He was a paid spokesperson for the National Popular Vote Initiative, an organization funded.
I'm happy to pass that comment along to him if you'd like me to.
Okay, well, tell him we don't want him to be Speaker of the House. We don't want anybody with.
Oh, gotcha, sir.
We don't want anybody with ties with George Soros or the WEF or any of the global cabal to be Speaker of the House in America. Especially, we don't want somebody that's being backed by McCarthy. You know, we just kicked McCarthy out.
What about Jim Jordan? Jim Jordan was backed by McCarthy as well.
Yeah, I don't know about. I think there's some things with Jim Jordan too. The majority. This is what I would like. I would like for there to be term limits in Washington D.C. so we don't have these career politicians. That's what I would like.
I can absolutely pass that along as well. You know, that's great constructive criticism, and I'm happy to pass that along.
That we want term limits.
Sure.
Do you think that he would bring that up for a vote?
You know, sir, I wouldn't be able to speak on behalf of the congressman. I don't want to, put any words in his mouth. But, I can tell you that right now the goal for the congressman is to secure our border and make sure our debt's taken care of. So
he did vote for funding the wall when Trump was in there?
I'm sorry, sir. You're breaking up a little bit.
Did he?
If I get the name of your YouTube channel, just so
Jamie.
I think it's actually kind of cool. Maybe we can watch, get a subscriber.
Jamie Chapman.
Okay, how do you spell that? I'm sorry, you're just breaking up just a little. I'm going to turn my phone up real quick. Okay, I got you. I'm ready.
Jamie Chapman.
Chamie.
Chapman. CHAPMAN.
CHAPMAN. Amy.
No. CHAPC. Chapman.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Okay, we're live right now. You can go on there and listen to yourself.
And Amy. So I just want to make sure I have it right.
Amy.
Alpha, Indigo, Mercury, Echo, right?
No. Jamie. JAMIE. Do I sound like a Amy?
No.
Okay.
No, but I'm happy to pass all this along to the congressman for you.
Okay. Well, we tell him we want term limits. We want we don't want Congress to be able to buy stocks that they have any kind of dealing with. Did he vote for the wall when Trump was in office? Did he vote to fund the wall?
Yeah, so the Congress has passed a lot of conservative initiatives. Even this year, we had HR 2. It was actually called the Securing Our Border Act, which would have fully funded those things. All those policy priorities. We've been very supportive. The congressman campaigned for Donald Trump in 2016, campaigned for him in 2020.
How does he feel about the stolen election?
I'm sorry, sir, you broke up a little bit.
I said, how did he feel about the stolen election?
Well, sir, Congressman never voted to certify the election.
He did vote to certify it?
Mm-hmm.
So he don't think it was stolen?
Well, sir, he voted to certify.
Well, then that would mean he didn't think it was stolen. What did you think about Project Veritas and the undercover stuff they did in Minnesota where they were purchasing mail-in ballots?
Sir, I'm not here to give my personal opinion, So
well, maybe you could ask him that. Maybe you could ask him that. Because that shows...
I'm happy to pass that question along as well.
Well, that's what we were saying. The election was stolen. That's proof right there that it was stolen. Have you ever seen the documentary 2,000 Mules?
Sure. It's not really about me. I'm happy to pass along.
Well, it is about you. Are you an American? Are you an American?
But I'm not going to answer any questions about me. It's not.
Yeah, you might get fired.
Here for it, and I want to make sure your time is well spent as well.
Yeah, you might get fired if you was to say your opinion. That's sad that you can't say your opinion. We got the First Amendment right in this country. You can say what you want to.
Yeah. Absolutely.
As long as you're not calling for violence, you can. I agree with that totally. But have you seen the 2,000 Mules documentary?
Yeah, I don't want to, sir, I'm not going to answer any personal questions about myself and things I've done. But if you have any questions for the congressman, I can pass all those along. Term limits, I can pass that along for you.
Ask him, has he seen the
election report? Well, I'm happy to pass all this information
ask him,
to him, but I just don't want to answer any personal questions.
Ask the congressman if he's seen the documentary 2,000 Mules.
Happy to, sir.
And if he hasn't, he should watch it. Because that shows that the election was stolen too. Hey, how many ballots did you get when you voted?
On what?
Anytime you go to vote, how many ballots do they give you? Because I'm in Georgia. I only get one.
Sir, I don't want to hang up. I'm happy to pass along any questions, comments, concerns, but I can't just be here, unless you have anything for the congressman.
No, just tell him we don't think he's suited to be the Speaker of the House.
I can absolutely do that, sir.
Yeah, tell him we don't.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you, sir. And go smash that thumbs up button over there and subscribe. You can comment over there too.
All right, I'm watching now, man.
All right, man. Later. That guy was pretty cool. Do you think he's going to... We probably didn't even write that shit down that I wanted him to ask the congressman. I doubt he's going to pass it on. And he comes walking in the door, excuse me, I got some stuff here from Jamie. He wanted to talk to you. I doubt he does that. So I get to vent my frustration to these guys. I don't know how much they make an hour. Probably $12, $13. I don't know how much they make. Smedley! It is my Obama phone. It ain't my Obama phone. They still got the Obama phones hooked up there in the Capitol. They didn't take them out. Gold from the Vatican. If this is legit and if the site is not playing to us, this is amazing. It shows the U.S. will have the most gold in a few years. Gold will destroy the Fed. We have all the gold space yacht. George Soros owns Taylor Swift's music, but the devil owns her soul.
Our catalog was sold to Scooter Braun's Ithaca Holdings in a deal.
Soros owns a lot of shit. I'd like to know where he got his money. Well, he got it when he was working with the Nazis over there, back when he was young.
That I'm told was
selling out Jews. He's Jewish.
Funded by the Soros family, 23 Capital, and the Carlyle Group. Yet, to this day, none of these investors have ever bothered to contact me or my team directly to perform their due diligence on their investment in me, to ask how I might feel about the new owner of my art.
Well, it might be your art, but you don't own it. They own it. You shouldn't have signed that contract. Or you shouldn't come back and complain about the contract that you signed, because I don't think nobody made you sign it. Ain't nobody held a gun to your head and said, sign it. I think you signed it of your own. Now, unless something else happened and somebody did hold a gun to you and made you sign. Now, they said they did that to Vanilla Ice. They said they took and held him over a balcony till he give up that Ice Baby. Now, that was a hit back in the day. Ice Baby. Don, da, da, don, da, da, don, 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 da, da, don. That was a good song. We were playing ball in Florida when that song come out, because I remember listening to it in the strip club down there. And they made them girls wear pasties. You couldn't even see the areolas. It's a strip club, and where's the nipple at? I at least want to see a nipple in a strip club. What the hell kind of strip club is this? You can't see a nipple. Ones up here in Atlanta, you can see everything. They get butt naked. Most of them are shaved. But you can see everything here in Atlanta. Down there, you couldn't see nothing. They had little thongs on and pasties. I said, man, what the hell? I can see this shit at the beach. Got me paying a cover charge up in here. Y'all crazy as hell.
The music I wrote.
And I think, Swifties unite.
Videos I created. Photos of me. My hand. After I was...
I'm not going to say it.
Of an emergency broadcast regarding the digital IDs. Yesterday in Canada, Justin Trudeau met with all of our provincial premiers and basically told them that we will not be able to get funding for our healthcare unless the premiers agree to the digital IDs. I will show all the proof. Now, those of you who think that digital...
What was that guy's name? Luke? Shout out to Luke up there at Emmer's office. The other guy was an asshole, kept hanging up on me. Luke didn't. Shout out to Luke.
Right? They are not. Let me show you what these digital IDs will actually entail when it comes to control. Here's an overview basically of everything that will be included in the digital IDs. This can be found on the WEF website and also on all of the provincial and government websites. You will have healthcare. You will not be able to access any healthcare without this digital ID. Financial system. You will actually not even be able to carry out bank accounts or carry out anything online regarding financial transactions. Food and sustainability. This says for farmers and consumers, you will not be able to get into stores. You will not be able to even sell anywhere. Once they have this...
That sounds like some kind of socialist bullshit. Commie pinko bastards.
What's your prediction for the rest of this fall?
Oh, MAGA's gonna win 2024.
That's very interesting. How'd you come up with that guess?
Guess. That ain't no guess.
That girl right there, I didn't like her either. She looks, her mouth, something's wrong with her mouth. Something's wrong with that girl's mouth.
That's what it's gonna be.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, be careful down there, Swan.
All right. Meany. Where's Meany? Meany? Yeah, Coach. All right, get in there and let's see if that ball can stop you. Go.
Red is sending his best defender in as a running back.
Slave Master.
Make of this.
Hey, Slave Master, go over there to the YouTube channel. Do the thumbs up over there for us. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
He's got to find some way to neutralize.
Leave a comment over there when you're over there too. When you're smashing that thumb, just go hello.
The water boy. He probably thinks that Meany will just pound it in there like the fridge used to do for the Bears.
Hey, water boy! Is your girlfriend gonna save you again? No, sir. I'm gonna take matters into my own hands. You'll see.
You're a spy!
Woo!
You sound like a big choo-choo train.
Powerbomb!
Complimented Captain Instano.
There was a powerbomb! I didn't know Trump played football. Proof that Hawaii is not actually a state. Columbia University, foreign student. That's Barry, and that says Barry Soroto up there. That's what that says. I don't know how they get. When I got ID, it had Jamie Chapman on it. It didn't have, some alias. Like Barack. Here, let's steal all the candy because we're dumbasses. We didn't have no upbringing.
Fuck you.
When you got kids like that in your neighborhood, you might want to move. Amazing flying experience. Well, that's a big fan. Boom! Crash. What if you have one of them in your backyard? Boom! You like to both your neck. That's what kind of music is that? Fact check. McCarthy, GOP speaker. What? Chaos is embarrassing. Republican chaos over choosing a speaker was embarrassing. I don't think it's embarrassing. Y'all don't get to spend our money while y'all are up there doing this shit. I think it's a great thing when the government shut down. Well, tell me they won't get paid. Bullshit, they all get paid. They all get paid back, pay for nothing. I think they ought to have to come to work, even though they're not getting paid, because they're going to get paid eventually. Let's see, is Trump on yet? Oh, he's Trump's over. He's supposed to be doing like some questions and shit today, I heard.
New Hampshire, where Christina Bobb and Matthew Alvarez is standing by to continue the coverage of his stop here in New Hampshire. But until then, we're live in the State House, and we appreciate you following us today.
Who is that, Melinda?
Always, share this broadcast. Tag somebody you know that lives in the state of New Hampshire. Maybe someone didn't know this before. Let everybody know it's happening. Of course, we thank our friends over
Danielle,
Rumble. That's been a
go over to the YouTube channel. Hit the thumbs up button. Say hello, please, ma'am. Thank you.
As it seems like this 2024 run for the White House has been going on for about 2 years, it seems like now. And to think that we're still, over...
Has Gibson been over there? Yeah, he's been over there.
It's surprising. We've got a long way to go, and of course...
All of y'all over on the kick, go over there to the YouTube side, do your thumbs up and say hello. And vice versa. All of y'all over on the YouTube, go over to the kick thing and say, it ain't got a heart, but you can do the notification because sometimes YouTube will take us down, and then we'll be back over there permanently until we get freed up over there. We have to go in. It's sort of like they put us in jail for the weekend, like a drunk tank, and we got to sit in there until we can get bailed out on Monday because the judge don't come in on Saturday. We got to sit in jail over the weekend until we get freed up again, and then we can get out, and then we can come back over here and do some more posts on YouTube.
So obviously, President Trump is.
Somebody needs to be. Where's the ACLU and shit that's supposed to be looking out for our civil rights?
That's what's made him.
Civil Liberties Union. ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union.
He does.
I think that's what they're supposed to be doing, but they're not doing that. They're over there worried about who's parents at the damn schools that are protesting about their kids being told that little Jimmy can go in the girls' bathroom.
We're live in the Secretary of State's office here at the State
So you
House.
might just go over to the YouTube side. Jamie Chapman on YouTube.
The Manchester Airport.
Some of y'all say hello to Luke.
This location.
If he's still watching, we got a shout out to Luke from Mr. Emerson's office. We don't want you as speaker, Mr. Emerson, and we won't term limits. Now, I wonder how many of them up there in the seat of power, in the House and the Senate would vote for that. So they couldn't have, they only got a short time to be up there. I don't think they'd vote for it. Why not?
I'll be with you in Iowa.
You're trying to get the milk and the cow for free. Some kind of analogy like that. They ain't gonna cut themselves out of power if they can help it. And that's something Democrats and Republicans agree on, that there should be term limits. That's bipartisan. Moon Man, Mr. Moon Man, hit the thumbs up while you're over there, please, sir, and thank you. And then you can go over to the YouTube side. To the kick side, and do a thing over. Melinda, go over to the YouTube side, since you can do your little message over there about drinking bleach and shit if you want to. Pretty sure some people over on YouTube want to know about the bleach.
Really tight room, and you'll find out when the camera
She said,
pans over.
I don't know if it's a girl or a guy. Add bleach to your diet.
Probably.
Is that even safe?
25.
That don't sound safe.
Small little room, but this is where it takes place. The Secretary of State. This is where the
Melinda might be a doctor. I don't know.
Signatures are required to be on the New Hampshire primary.
I'm going to advise against drinking bleach.
Fun fact earlier that President Trump is the only president.
Now I do like the way bleach smells. It smells clean.
I'll find out
when you use bleach to clean stuff.
This in person.
That smells
clean. Something that maybe
I don't want to drink it,
but someone else. But this is the first time a former president has been here in person to do this. So. If we get any more details on that, I'll pass that along. I just thought that was an interesting tidbit for today.
I wonder, does that many people come out when Joe Biden stumbles out of there? I don't know. Somebody over there on the kick side, they normally come in and post this. Hello. Hell doesn't exist. Don't be afraid of death, and you will be stronger. Open and do not close the tap every morning. Add bleach to your diet. Throw it in the forest with the plastic and into the sea. The money will come to you. Long live the chaos.
Supporters outside.
I don't know who this
of the State House obviously greeted him.
Probably don't believe in God.
When he arrived. And I imagine you'll be able to see that.
You can't throw plastic into the sea. What about the turtles?
Transition.
What about the turtles?
To that area and get him getting back in the motorcade. So if you missed that.
Remember that one turtle that had that straw stuck in his nose? Because he was snorting coke with Hunter Biden?
Earlier, we'll be able to provide that for you. But we're getting fairly close. A few more supporters on here that he's going to stop and sign and take pictures and shake hands. And
let's get him on down there closer to the room. Here he comes. He's in the room shaking hands now.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor. This is a very important place, a very important state, and a lot of friends. You've been with me from the beginning, and you have been listening. What a job you've done. Thank you. And I hear we're doing better than ever, huh?
We're better than ever.
But we're only 46 points up, so we have to be careful.
Absolutely.
Only 46 points up.
So, do I sign this here? Looks like the check is already signed. Looks like it's pretty well signed. Maybe sign on the bottom.
Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, my name is Daniel. How are you doing today?
What's going on, Daniel, my man? How you doing?
I am fine, sir. Thanks for asking. Sir, actually, the short call about your Medicare benefits. I believe you have Medicare Part A and B, right?
Yeah, I got A and B, Daniel.
Perfect, sir. So just for the qualification purpose, may I know how old are you?
I'm 69 there, Daniel. 69. They call that the magic number. Call that a magic. I remember back when I was young, I used to like doing the 69 with them old girls. You know what that is, Daniel? You know what the 69, Daniel, you know what the 69 position is in love making?
Okay, sir. Sir, what is your first and last name, sir?
Bob Thompson. Bob Thompson. Do you remember do you know what the 69 is? Hello?
Okay, sir. Do you make your own decision, sir?
Yeah, I make my own decisions about if I want to do the 69 or if I don't want to do the 69. Have you ever did the 69? Daniel. Daniel. What did he hang up for? It is hard to 69 with a goat. It is hard. You don't think he's ever did the 69? Do they do the 69? Well, they did the Kama Sutra. That guy sounded Indian to me, and I think that's where that book comes from, the Kama Sutra. It's got all them positions in it. Sexual positions. Now, it's hand drawing. It ain't no photographs. Now, I wanted the updated version of the Kama Sutra, because we're living in the 20th century. We should have the new updated version of the Kama Sutra with glossy photos. I do the 68 and owe you one, baby. Sit back, relax, and enjoy my turn.
Great delegate, Steve, right?
What's he signing? What is he signing?
How does it feel, Mr. President? I feel great. I feel really good.
Congratulations. I have to ask, would you endorse Tom Emmer for Speaker? He hasn't historically been your biggest fan, but he is the most likely candidate right now.
Well, I think he's my biggest fan now because he called me yesterday and he told me I'm your biggest
That's
fan.
Corey,
So,
what's his name? I don't like that guy.
Well, we're looking at a lot of people, and I'm sort of trying to stay out of that as much as possible. But they'll get it straightened out. But no, I've always gotten along with him, and I get along with all of them. Really. A lot of good people. We have a lot of great people.
Mr. President, how important is it to keep New Hampshire the first primary?
Say it, Brian.
How important is it to keep New Hampshire the first primary? I know you've said the Democrats don't want that. You've been a bit.
Want that. The Democrats do not want to keep New Hampshire in this position, and I did. And we did that together. I made that promise
Burkhoit,
very early on.
Burkhoit,
Burrow-Sid,
Burrow-Sid,
and a lot of people wanted to replace New Hampshire, move it toward the back of the pack, and I said, that's not happening. There's an incredible history, there's an incredible feeling about New Hampshire in politics, right? And I think it's very important. And I said the same thing about Iowa. I think keeping the two of you, and then we go to South Carolina. Now, the Democrats changed that order, as you know, and I think it's not a good thing for them. I think it's not a very good thing at all. But I told New Hampshire, you're going to stay right where you are, and we came through with that promise, right?
Well, in that regard, Mr. President, you aren't making New Hampshire presidential primary history tonight because you are the first candidate who has served as president to actually come back to New Hampshire and file to run again.
Well, that's
and I think if you see your
picture right up there.
Oh, yeah, up there. When you were here 8 years ago.
I'm younger now.
Mr. President, sir, did you speak with Mr. Emmer? Did you speak with Mr. Emmer?
I spoke to Mr. Emmer. I spoke to a lot of congressmen who called me up, and they all called asking for support. And of course, I have to hold it for a while. I have a lot of friends that are looking at it right now. As you know, it's a big list. Jim is a fantastic guy, and who knows what happens there, but Jim is just Jim Jordan, fantastic person. And
they don't want Jim Jordan up there.
We'll see what happens. You have a lot of people. You have a lot of good talent, a lot of very good people.
As you look back on this process, is it worthwhile what's happened in the House?
Well, it's a lot of tumult. There's no question about that. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Mr. President, is there a problem in your area? Mr. President?
Is it DeSantis or Haley?
I think DeSantis is really going down. It looks like I just looked at a poll that came out, and he was in third place. And he's another one where, as I call him, Ron DeSanctimonious, he was in fifth place. So bad things are happening, but we keep going up. And I looked at one where it's 64, and the second person is at 8. So
yeah, why are they even still running?
Him and a few others, I guess a few others. But New Hampshire seems to be a little bit different in that regard. But he's looking
Corey
like
Lewandowski, that's his name.
Even fourth place.
Right here, Corey Lewandowski.
Have your voters well, and they are concerned when they look at what they see in the House.
He sort of reminds me of that guy that was on the January 6th committee that cries. He reminds me of them. It's like they're using the same clones. You know, I had the same clone batch or something. That's who he reminds me of, that guy that was crying. That was on the January 6th committee. He's supposedly supposed to be a Republican.
What is your message to
Well, I think it's going to get solved, and when it does, it'll be a beautiful thing, and it'll teach a lot of people about democracy. That happened once before. It's very tough with the 4 votes, you know, with the 4-vote spread, but something's going to happen. It'll be positive. It'll end up working well. I'm staying above it. I have to right now, but I've spoken to just about all the candidates, and quite a few of them, and they're terrific people. You know, that 4 threshold is very tough. It's a very tough thing, no matter who it is. I said there's only one person that can do it all the way. You know who that is? Jesus Christ. Jesus came down and said, I want to be speaker. He would do it. Other than that, I haven't seen anybody that can guarantee it. But at some point, I think we're going to have somebody pretty soon.
Mr. President, how does that Sidney Powell wasn't your attorney? Are you concerned that you won't be covered by attorney-client privilege?
No, not at all. We did nothing wrong. We did nothing. This is all Biden. Indictments and impeachments, and this is all about Biden. He can't do anything right. The only thing they know how to do is cheat on elections and election fraud. This is all Biden stuff. All of these indictments that you see. I was never indicted. Practically never heard the word. It wasn't a word that registered. And this was all done. This is dirty politics. This is third world country. This is banana republic, they call it. This has never happened here. Never happened here. Why? Because I protested election.
Kissinger, that's it. Thank you, Michael.
It's ridiculous. You look at the.
He looks like Kissinger.
Covered by the Presidential Records Act. Biden isn't, and now it's turning out that Biden's got a real problem with those documents. A real problem. We did nothing wrong. He did. But
I'd be scared to be around these bitches.
Think of it. Because I protested an election, and I'm, by the way, 100% right about that. In fact, we're going to be releasing some numbers next week that will make your head spin. But think of that. You get indicted because you protested an election. You know how many people, Democrats, protested the election of 2016? A lot of people, a lot more people than you even have in this room. Everybody in Congress, all the Democrats protested, and they don't get indicted and they don't get put in jail. These people are dirty players, and they go after their political opponents. Never happened before, and it's a two-way street. You know, that's a two-way street. Now it can happen the other way also, and that's a sad moment for our country. Thank you all very much. What a great
Thank you.
Mr. President, this is the notice to voters. We ask every candidate to just write a message to the New Hampshire voters. And
okay.
Get out and vote.
Mr. Secretary, do you pay in cash or check?
we paid in check. Bank check.
We don't take cash in New Hampshire.
I'll say a simple message. Vote for Trump and solve your problems. That's the only way. That way you can do a lot of messages. Vote for Trump and solve your problems. As an example, your energy costs in New Hampshire are the highest in the country. Single highest place in the country. And we'll cut them down to less than half. It'll be so quick and so easy.
Energy should be free. Tesla.
What they've done to New England's incredible. You know, if you built
And I'm talking about Nikola Tesla, not the Tesla shit that Elon's got going on. I'm talking about Nikola Tesla.
Because of jobs. Your numbers would come down in half as soon as that opened, or before it opened, actually. And yet they never got it approved. And we had it just about approved, and then we had a rigged election, so that was the end of that. But we had it just about approved. What happened to your energy costs in New Hampshire under Biden is just incredible. Then you look at your food costs, you look at everything else. It'll all come down. We're going to bring the inflation rate. Actually, it's going to go negative for a while because we've got to get it down. It's so high right now that when they say, oh, it only went up 5% or 6% last year, you add that to what it's gone up over the last 3 years, it's incredible. Bacon, I understand, went up 5 times.
Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Worse than energy. We'll get it all straightened out, and we'll get it done quickly. We'll get it done quickly. Why don't you hold that?
Well, you know I support the United States military. I'm an American.
Great. Are you a supporter of the Marine Corps?
Yeah, I know a Marine. Some people call him Frank. We call him Shorty.
Great, because a former decorated member of the United States Marine Corps needs your support.
He's got it. John Cena. Can he take the belt from him? I don't think so. $39.99. That's cheap.
It's yours, and thank you very much.
Why don't you follow us into
Sure,
your
I
office
like
here?
that. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Right this way.
Follow it up this way. Just go ahead and walk with me, Will.
Thank you,
Thank you. I'm gonna let you lead. All right, I'm gonna let you
Thank you, President. This way.
We're gonna make our way back out of this. So goodbye, guys. Thank you for coming. Okay, we're gonna go to the water fountain. Then turn around to the water fountain.
Turn around at the water fountain because I got to get a drink.
Right here. This is significant. Why we're sitting here? Hey, we're live here in
I thought he was
the
doing
State House here in Concord, New Hampshire. We're going to stay.
Lord Colin, what's going on, man? Smash the like button over there. All of y'all smash the like button. And then call 6 of your friends and tell them to come over and smash the like button. They ain't got to stay. Just tell them to stop in. Say, hey, when you're on your lunch break, stop on in over there and smash the like button.
But the significance of having
the
New Hampshire primary first, he's been a big promoter of that, and has said that the Democrats have been wanting to do away with that and to not make it the first, and he's been a big supporter of that. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I'm talking about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group right now. He talked about the digital currency, the digital IDs. All of this is very dangerous.
He might have forgotten to cut his phone on.
Security of this country, and our friends over at the Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit to take that first step.
Spread it on up. Trump's coming out. Don't touch him. See, I'd be scared to be shaking hands with people like that. They could have something. This lady right here, Secret Service. Shouldn't be no women in there. Shouldn't be. I don't want no women on my detail.
Thank you, Press.
All right, we're gonna reverse. Follow this way. All right, goodbye, everybody. Yes. We'll make our way. Hey. Oh, thank you. All right, we're gonna get back. Get out front where we can kind of get the departure. With him leaving the State House here.
So is he supposed to be speaking up there some more? Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, how are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
My name is Fred, and I have the gift of a lifetime for you.
What's up, Fred? What is it?
Have you been struggling with persistent poops? Do you wish you had a tool to cut up craps? Well, worry no more. The poop knife is here.
Poop knife?
We have a full set on offer right now.
Poop knife set.
And the best thing is that each specialized knife is designed for a specific poop.
Well, that's amazing.
If it's a brutal poop that's the size of a chihuahua's head, you can use the Mars poop knife.
All right, Mars poop
If
knife.
it's the size of an ostrich egg, we have the special Jupiter poop knife.
You might need to get a laxative if you got poop that size.
Yes, they are named after the planet. It's such a great gimmick.
That is. That's pretty good.
Well, I will let you think on it when you are taking a shit. I will call back later to check up on you.
I'm taking this shit right now. I'm not really taking this shit. On foreign policy, America was far better off with Trump. Sun Sentinel. Now we have 9 candidates for Speaker.
I believe Tom Emmer, our whip, he's been in the room with all of our successes, from our bills to secure the border, from Parents' Bill of Rights, from cutting $2 trillion, getting work required.
You know what the worst thing for Tom Emmer is? You vouching for it.
We need to get him elected this week.
I would ask you, why are you a better choice than Tom Emmer for Speaker?
Well, Tom Emmer had something to do with all them Muslims being imported up there into Minnesota. And that's where you got Ilhan Omar from because of that shit.
Appreciate that, and great to be with you. I have a
Under
lot of
Obama.
respect for Kevin McCarthy. I do think he did a good job. I think he was very unfairly treated. Of course, Tom Emmer is a good friend of mine and currently is our whip. And yes, he would make a good speaker. You know, frankly, Dana, everyone on that list would make a good speaker.
Following the ousting of Kevin McCarthy nearly 3 weeks ago. Congressman Dan Muser is one of them, and he joins us now. It's good to have you here, sir. Please listen to Kevin McCarthy. He was on
We just played that
over the weekend.
Oh, shit. Breaking LA has become a sex market that resembles the brazen prostitution in Thailand, where women are selling themselves in broad daylight, except this is nighttime. He's out there trying to get him a little loving. If y'all can walk around out here showing your hoo-haws and shit, I can too. It's only fair. It's called equality. Or maybe he's out there trying to beat them girls' competition. Not all the guys that come on that street might want to pick up girls. They might want to pick up this hairy, what do they call them? Bear? What do they call it? Guys that are big, hairy guys? Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi there. How are you doing?
Okay, how you doing?
I'm Peter. I am a news reporter for the Daily Herald. I focus on unbiased and fact-based information.
Well, that's good. What's going on?
Okay, so the reason for this call is because you have been sharing content online that's fake or not true.
What content have I been sharing that's fake or not true?
This largely undermines us real journalists who get real stories, so please, stop spreading this shit.
I can't do it. I'm telling the truth to the people.
It's actually had a bit of a domino effect. After you shared one fake story on social media, for instance, 3 people died.
Which one was that?
Anyways, please think.
That sounds like some fake news right there. He's out. Has he got his clothes off? They got it blurred out. Why is he shaking like that? Girls out there working. Work hard for the money. So hard for it, honey. Why is your dick out? He might be at a drag show or something. Y'all don't have no problem when them guys out there with their dicks out. How come you got a problem when he's out there? He's got his black socks on. Do you think something might be wrong with this fella? Well, yeah. What gives it away, Jamie? Well, let me put on... Let me put on my detective hat. You gonna put the glasses on too? Well, I got to. So I can see the real story. Finna fire up my crack pipe. Hunter, hit me up. Now let's look at this situation just a little bit closer. Yeah, he's got his butt hanging out right there. Now, what would tell you something's wrong with this fella? Well, from what I can see, he's out there on the street with no pants on. That's number one. Because that's just not natural. Not in the United States that I growed up in. You couldn't just walk around on the street with your britches off and get away with it. Most of the times, people walking around like that would go to jail. What's your second indicator that something might be wrong with him, Jamie? Well, if you'll notice, he's got some kind of trimmer. It could be a medical trimmer. You know, like Michael J. Fox, he shakes a lot now. I think he's got the Parkinson's. I don't see his head doing that, but his hands is fidgety. See him? Look at him. Yeah, them girls out there working hard for the money, man. They got to get that money for the pimp so they don't get pimp slapped. Jamie, you still a detective? Always. Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey there, what is up, dude?
What's up, man?
My name is Austin. I'm a professional surfer.
Professional surfer?
I've been catching waves since I came out of my mom's vagina.
You probably caught one on the way out because she's got a wop.
Anyways, there's this big competition coming up and I need, some help.
What kind of help you need?
Can you sponsor me?
No,
Man, I will tell everyone that we are best friends.
Could you put like a decal on your surfboard and says Chapman's on there?
Need like a couple $100.
Could you put a decal on your surfboard?
Job at McDonald's.
You don't want to work? I remember my first job was at McDonald's.
What do you think, dude? Sound good?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Well, let me know.
Give me Cash App you or something like that? Well, now that my anxiety's up, good morning, fellow troublemakers. Good morning, Neverland. Oh, here's another one. And that's Sudden and Unexpected is the title of today's show for this right here. And I put on there follow on Twitter. Because you can go to Sudden and Unexpected. And that's all they have is these people. And most of them has this right here on there. It'll show a picture of them smiling because they were trying to be social. They were trying to be hip, cool, up to date. They didn't want nobody pointing at them, and they went and said, "I got my picture over there. Did you see it? It's got the COVID. I got my COVID shot." And then passed away unexpectedly is normally in the headlines in the next picture. So they got a before and an after. Danzel Clark, Brenda Mule, passed away unexpectedly. Rest in peace, dear friend. I will never forget when we surfed horses in Malibu. Surfed horses in Malibu. What the hell is surfing horses? I should have asked that damn guy just called. Breaking news, Kamala Harris calls for a weapons of war gun ban, except they're handing out AR-15s over there in Israel for them people to defend themselves against who? against the invaders. Well, that's why I'm keeping mine, in case we get them over here. Well, they're coming across the border right now, there. Well, I'm going to keep mine in. How about that? Until shit pops off. The only weapons of war in America are Democratic politicians. We could just ban Democrats in power. We could stop the weapons of war on our country. Sit down, stupid. In New York City at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City.
¿De dónde son?
Biden's border invasion.
No, it's public. Yeah, I'm with media.
Media?
Real America's Voice. Are you?
I don't have to stop filming here.
Then go inside.
Yeah, take your ass back inside.
Man. Outside, I can film.
Take your ass back
Yes,
inside.
I can, man. It's public. Where are you from?
Take your ass back inside.
Okay. Who do you work for? Well, you don't have to. But when you're outside in public, what's that? I'm covering what's happening here at the hotel. So I'm just filming it for the news I work for. Do you guys work for an organization? Okay, no English.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Selling out America. Selling America out to get a paycheck.
Apparently this is the...
Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from? Hello? That sounds like Elmo. Hello? Hey.
My mommy told me to call you.
What you want? Bye.
You're talking on the phone. Hi.
Hey.
You know what?
What's that?
I like ice cream.
I like ice cream too.
Know what else?
What's that?
I like trucks.
I like trucks.
Yeah. I like to play with trucks.
I like to play with trucks.
Hi.
Hey.
Do you like to play with trucks?
I work on them.
Yay! We can be a truck family.
We could.
I can be a baby trucker. Daddy can be the father trucker. And you can be the mother trucker.
But
I'm a trucker. Yeah, mother trucker.
They're bringing more
Sound like
to the
Elmo.
Roosevelt Hotel.
The person that was doing Elmo was a pedophile.
You've got all these scooters, some stolen, no license plate, all parked illegally on the street. This whole hotel, 400 plus rooms. It's coming down to show you the impact of what Biden's doing on our southern border. Venezuela? ¿Cuántos días aquí?
Llegué hoy en la madrugada.
¿Ah?
Llegué anoche en la madrugada.
Ah, okay.
Anoche en la madrugada.
Okay. ¿A dónde vas? ¿Es New York? ¿Fini?
Sí, sí.
Okay.
Aquí en Nueva York.
Okay. ¿Familia aquí?
Ahorita que viene un primo mío.
Okay. Venezuela, no bueno, ¿ah? ¿Socialismo? No.
No, allá Maduro acabó con
¿Maduro?
Venezuela completa.
¿Fuera?
Sí. Sí, Maduro un coño de su madre, ese desgraciado. Si no lo quiere ni la mamá de él.
Ya. ¿Cómo te llamas?
Gabriel.
¿Gabriel?
Sí.
Mucho gusto. Me llamo Benjamín.
Being invaded, people.
Senegal? Mauritania? No camera? Okay. Senegal, Mauritania? Senegal, okay.
Packing them in.
So this whole thing, actually this was a restaurant too. It's been taken over, converted to part of the processing. All of this, guys, all of this is the new Democrat industry of illegal immigration. Millions and millions and millions of dollars going into it. Midtown Manhattan, once one of the greatest cities in the world, or you could say the greatest
New York City's a shithole.
city in the world. Now, one of the greatest hotels used to be Roosevelt
Ty
Hotel.
Rizzle. I'm getting some
now
coffee.
turned into a slum hotel for illegal aliens. And I don't fault the people here. They all got the invitation from Joe Biden. It's the policies, it's the leftists, it's all of these sanctuary-supporting Democrats who invited this. It's the United Nations, it's Catholic Charities, all of them. They're the ones that created this. They're the ones that need to be held accountable. Another one, Men's Fashion. On actually part of the same building as the Roosevelt Hotel. So you have all of these fancy, nice buildings. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Come here thinking that they're supposed to get something.
Yeah, for free. Well, you're working your ass off, and these guys come here and want it for free. It's crazy. What do you think?
I can't talk.
Okay, okay. Well, God bless you, sir. This guy's just working, doing his job out here, trying to make a living, and you got these guys coming here and stealing it. You heard it. He said, I can't talk, I can't say it, but you heard it. He said they're stealing all the bikes. They get it. They understand it. And right here, this guy's sweeping the streets, trying to make his living. Well, right here, we're inviting in invaders that we're paying. This guy's barely making it, and we're paying these guys to invade our country. That's the reality of what's happening here. Senegal? No? Mauritania? No? Hey. Huh? Somalia? Somali, okay. Got Somali there. Everywhere, guys, everywhere, everywhere. Stolen bikes everywhere. Nobody cares. It's New York. It's lawless now. Any idea on how many people are in the hotel right now?
Escape from New York.
No? Okay. Then we got
Then we got our National Guard up there
God bless
working.
our National Guard. Wish they didn't have to do this.
Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Here. That whole hotel.
Hello?
Look at that.
This is Janet calling from John's Pizza. Your
Well,
pizza's out for delivery, but we're having problems processing your credit card.
Oh, I was gonna pay cash.
Okay, well, someone placed an order 20 minutes ago for 3 medium cheese pizzas.
Yeah.
They're already out for delivery.
Okay. I got the cash when they get here.
Maybe someone else in the house ordered it. I don't know. All I know is that these pizzas need to be paid for.
I said I'll pay cash when they get here.
The total is $26.81, not including the tip. Do you want to try another credit card, or will you pay cash?
Cash.
The
Cash.
delivery driver will be there soon, and you'll have to sort out the payment with him then.
Okay.
Pizzas are not refundable.
Okay. I got 3.
Just been pranked. Courtesy of Prank Owl.
Somebody pranked me. Damn it.
That crown molding, beautiful place. Just turned into I mean, it's just unbelievable. Look at that. So we got Ecuador there. We got China here. China? You guys have operations here? Is it federal or state?
And International Guard won't speak because they can't speak. So we're paying for this shit 2 ways. We got our National Guard up there working.
Yeah,
Well, they could be down there on the border.
I can be on any
stopping all
sidewalk,
this
bro.
shit.
It's still America. I mean, if we're going to allow people to invade our country, I can stand on the sidewalk in America. So he says I can't be here. I can't be.
Flat Earth, what's your
that's
name?
even-
Where you calling from? Hello?
Hey, it's Sarah.
Hey, what's up, sir? Hey, how you doing?
Okay, so I'm just gonna come out and say this. We had such a great date together, and I thought we were really clicking, and then you just ghosted me.
Yeah, I used you for what I wanted. Cause I didn't want no long-term relationship with you, girl.
It's really awful that you enjoy playing with people's hearts like this.
What?
Trying for months. Do you even care?
No.
You're horrible.
I wasn't nowhere around your heart neither. Now I might have been right up around your belly button. I could have got that far up in there.
Camaros. They weigh a lot.
What?
They're slow.
Camaros.
I'm not going to apologize.
Apologize for
I
what?
don't even want to talk anymore.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. I heard that girl. That girl's Sarah. I know some Sarahs. I was married to one.
So won't let me in the building. Now he's trying to say I can't even stand in front of the building on the public sidewalk. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's what our country's turned into, guys. American citizen, can't do it. Legal alien,
Legal?
come on in.
Come on in, do what you want to. We'll give you some money.
Senegal. Where are you from? Senegal? Senegal, okay. I cover the, you speak English?
No, we don't speak no English.
Thank you.
And what are you doing in America? We come over here for the free shit.
Huh? Oh. So they don't want me filming. They're selling drugs. Apparently they don't want that on camera. Got these guys here. We got these guys over here. These guys are the drug dealers over here. They didn't want me filming that. They're distributing right
Where's
now.
she getting that free phone at?
They
That's
don't want that on
Obama
camera,
phone.
apparently. So we're down here. What do you make of this, Dion?
It's a mess. I mean, here they go. They're getting $400 a night per hotel room in there. $400 a night. Basically
rooms.
All you can eat, all you can clothing. People donate, and then you got the people that live all over the city that are donating clothes and.
Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, hello. This is Special Agent Webster with the Federal Security Agency in Washington, D.C. I'm going to need a few moments of your time.
Okay.
Now, since the passage of the Patriot Act, our agency has been granted extraordinary powers in the pursuit of terrorists and other threats to national security. I'm sure you're aware of this. That includes the ability to monitor electronic and digital information exchanges, such as email and internet use. You following me?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Now, the reason for my call is that in the course of one of our investigations, and I cannot obviously reveal any details of that investigation, but in that course, we had reason to monitor the internet usage at your address. You understand?
Was that information in the investigation?
Now, the results show that someone at your address is using the internet to view quite graphic images of a sexual nature, images that are not legal under American law. Now, were you aware of this?
I've been telling my grandma to stay off of it. She won't stay off
You'll
it.
get a chance to make a full statement later. Our agents will be entering your home shortly. They will be seizing your computer, any related media, and conducting a thorough search. I suggest strongly that you cooperate with them.
Okay.
Just been pranked. Courtesy of Frank Howell.
Damn it. I thought Granny done got in trouble. My grandma won't stay off the porn sites.
And whatever they need, all the general.
I done told her, Granny, you're going to get in trouble looking at that sort of thing. That's wrong.
So it pays to be poor in New York City. And then you got these motorcycles here, all these scooters that are illegally parked, every single one of them. They came in, normal neighborhoods, the cops would just take these things away. But I don't know, it's a mess. It's destroying our city. Just destroying our city. It's not making it. And this is kind of hidden over here in this neighborhood. The Row Hotel over in Midtown is in the theater district. So imagine this in the theater district, and that's where we'll go next.
Okay. Well, there you go, Democrats. Well done.
Well done, Democrats.
Out in the open. You got hundreds of people coming through per day. That guy just picked up his joint. So that's the money-making operation here. There you go. Buying as we speak. Well done, Democrats.
Trump was right about everything. New development signals critical win for President Trump. Flat Earth, what's your name and where you calling from?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm calling about your listing, the one you got on Craigslist.
Which one? You calling about the bicycle?
The snapping turtle. That boy still available?
The snapping turtle is, yeah, I got two of them now. You want both of them?
Buddy, I'm looking at the listing right now.
Sort of sounds like Christopher Walken.
Look, man, I need a new turtle. I'll pay double if you have it.
Well, I got two, and I'll let you have two of them for the price of one.
Now you're pissing me off. Is this turtle a thing or not?
I told you I got a turtle.
Why are you putting up a listing for a turtle if you don't have one?
I got two.
Okay, settle down now, all right?
You calm down.
Settle down.
You don't call up here and call me no liar.
Justin.
Somebody keeps pranking me. Cash ransom Obama's deceitful enabling of Iranian terror regime.
We do not pay ransom for hostages. Precisely because if we did, then we would start encouraging Americans to be targeted, much in the same way that some countries that do pay ransom end up having a lot more of their citizens being taken by various groups.
That was a way for the government the deep state cabal to get money, was to say, hey, we're releasing this money over there to get them hostages back. So, and then that encouraged, see, they're working together. They go out and snatch people for ransom. The government then gives them money to get them released. and it's just a cycle. Now, one of our presidents says we don't deal with terrorists and hostage takers. We don't do that. I think it was Reagan. They shot him. They killed Kennedy, shot Reagan. Apparently, correctly, that the 2020 presidential election was rigged and stolen. Our country is being absolutely destroyed because of it. Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Hello? Hey.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hi. This is gonna sound strange, but we met a while ago at a bar, and I still have your number.
Hey, how you doing? What's going on, man?
My name is Kate.
Oh, hey, Kate, how you doing? Jamie.
I have it saved as cute guy. Well, nice to meet you again.
Nice to meet you. Hey, what's going on?
Anyway, do you want to have anonymous, non-committal sex?
Sounds good.
I know, I'm very to the point, but it's a yes or no question.
Well, yeah.
See?
I said yeah.
I mean, meet up. Get it out of the way, and everyone goes their own direction.
Sounds good to me.
You down?
Hell yeah, I'm down.
I really need this.
Do you?
Great. I'll give my brother Steve your number. He is going to be so excited. I've owed him one for a while now. Thank you so much.
Does he get to watch?
You've just been...
I think she was implying that she was hooking me up with her brother. Not going to happen. Let me get you Frank's number.
And, I was just trying to see how I was going to feel on the field. And, I was just going down. So, talked to Will Smith, and, he was like, I don't
3 yards, S. Barrett. Notice anything? The threes.
We got Tyler and CP, and they did really well today. Those are my brothers. But, yeah, it was really tough this morning. But, hey, God is good for getting us this win. Though. It was more last night. It was, feeling weird. And then woke up just completely out of it.
Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
All right, man. How you doing?
Hi, this is Bill from the city courthouse.
Well, Bill, how you
I
doing
wanted to
today?
take some time to ask you a few questions about some discrepancies we have.
Okay, what kind of discrepancies y'all got?
Well, there seems to be some unpaid vehicle tickets that need to be cleared up.
What kind of vehicle tickets?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Well, if I can just go over those with you right quick, is that okay?
Sounds good. Go ahead.
All right, sure. The first one, it looks like there's a parking ticket here. It hasn't been paid. It was back in '08 for $35. Are you aware of that?
No, 08. I wasn't even driving then. I wasn't old enough to
that
drive.
needs to be resolved as soon as possible. That's kind of important. There's another one here. Can I keep going?
Sure.
It's actually a citation for being too stupid to drive.
You can give people a citation for that?
Yeah, apparently you're an idiot and you're just not allowed to be on the road.
Well, I didn't know you could ticket somebody for that.
You've just been pranked.
I got pranked again. I wasn't even driving in '08. I think I was 12 years old.
Trying to get some medicine, take medicine and everything, so I can be good for the game. But yeah, my head was hurting bad. I don't know what was going on, but
you ain't got the COVID, do you?
I tried to go pregame, but then Coach Smith was just we'll be all right. Get you right for next week. Head was hurting, and I was just trying to see how I was going to feel on the field.
Well, John Robinson said he didn't play today because his head was hurting, but then they put him in for one play at the end of the game. Here's the official play-by-play stat. 0-33 in the fourth. No huddle shotgun. B. Robinson up the middle to TB 33 for 3 yards. S. Barrett, notice anything? They're trying to do some kind of symbolism. 2014, Kenny Vazik's snake bite on YouTube claimed he had found a strange cave while hiking in the Mojave Desert. In one of his videos, he said the entrance to the cave was shaped like a perfect capital M. I always enter every cave I find, but as I begin to enter this particular cave, my whole body began to vibrate. The closer I got to the cave entrance, the worse the vibration became. Suddenly, I became very scared and hightailed it out of there. A month later, he went looking for the cave again. He has not been seen nor heard from since. Wonder what happened to it. Too much speculation on it. It's related to the story of the cave where there are supposedly lost Egyptian artifacts. There's a cave out there that goes to the land of the lost. Remember they was in the cave? And they was in like a raft in a cave with water in it, but it was in the desert. Where's the water coming from? That's my first question. Where's all this water coming from if we're in the desert? And they're in a cave in the land of the law. That was a great show, man. I loved that show. It was cheesy, but I loved it. Mysterious circumstance of his death. So he's died? Conspiracy theories of every shape and color. Had Kenny fallen down a mine shaft? Had he discovered a hidden entrance to Area 51? Maybe he got bitten by a snake and died. Anybody consider that? No. Where's the story of him dying? It says he ain't been seen or heard from since. And then they go into saying he's dead. Lars Mittank was being examined for a head injury at a Bulgarian airport when he suddenly told the doctor, "I don't want to die here." Convinced that people were chasing after him, 28-year-old man made a mad dash for the exit. He then abandoned all of his personal belongings and ran off into a nearby field, never to be seen again. It's still unclear what happened to him, and the final footage of him running away from his invisible pursuer remains extremely haunting to this day. That's him right there running. Last footage. His mother and told her they went to the airport but run away moments later. That's the last known footage of him. He's sort of jogging now. He must not think his captors can catch him, or his people that are following him can catch him. He doesn't stop walking. He's walking fast now. Uh-oh. Lars Mittak. There's just a bunch of cases on here. I don't know. I thought it was going to show like a video of him going into the tunnel.
In my life. I have done nothing wrong ever in my life.
I know this. And I love you.
I love you too, Daddy. Money, please. My money. Money, please.
Oh, no, there's no money.
Oh, my bad. No problem.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. I'll just destroy this office.
Hey!
Money, please. Money, please.
Ben, give her some money. It's easier.
I have done nothing wrong ever.
Sidney Powell was one of millions and millions of people who thought, and in ever increasing numbers still think correctly, that the 2020 presidential election was rigged and stolen. Two L's. NASA's James Webb Space Telescope has discovered a new, never-before-seen feature in Jupiter atmosphere thanks to JWST's infrared images. Is that the solar caps? Inside Los Angeles' brazen sex market were near-naked women selling themselves for as little as $40. $40! That's a deal. He said he can smell this picture. $40. Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello.
Clown world. Don Lemon says Michelle is better looking than Melania. Don Lemon. Don's gay. Well, that would explain. That would explain it. That would explain why Don Lemon thinks Michelle Obama is better looking than Melania Trump. That's a guy. Big Mike. Don Lemon's gay. Do you see how that works? Don Lemon's gay. He likes men. Damage done to the 12th century Greek Orthodox Church of St. Porpius in Gaza after last week's hospital fiasco. I wanted to wait for more facts to be established, but it now seems confirmed that Israel did actually bomb a church. Bomb a building adjacent to the church, killing Christians who were sheltering there, including a family of Justin Amash. Frankly, it's wrong that there were subsequently more outrage when Gaza's own militants shot their own rocket into their own hospital parking lot than when Christians died sheltering in the oldest church in Gaza. Accidents happen in war. Not only that, but Hamas loves to use soft targets as staging ground and human shields so they can scream about Israeli atrocities after strikes. Nevertheless, I've been disappointed by Israel's response. What intelligence was Israel responding to? What target were they going after that justified putting a historic church in danger? Israel says the church blast is under investigation, but contrition and full accounting should be the top of Israel's priority list. Oh, sure, they're going to get to the bottom of that. Uniparty's pick for Speaker of the House, Tom Emmer, admits he wants to get rid of the Electoral College.
To support something like national popular vote. You know, they handed me a book, and I said to the gentleman that had come in to pitch it, why would I ever support this? I mean, are you crazy? Well, it's funny. I went and read the book and became an absolute believer.
National Popular Vote, NPV, founded by John Koza, who financially supports Democratic Party committees, liberal candidates, and was an elector for Al Gore. NPV is partnered with Fair Vote, which was granted seed money from the Joyce Foundation. At the time, seated on the board of directors was Barack Obama. They also support American Civil Liberties Union, AFL-CIO, and La Raza.
La Raza, the hand.
Also funded Open Society, a George Soros foundation. The executive director of Fair Vote,
Laura,
Bob Ritchie, who is also a member of the Bretton Woods Committee, an organization openly committed to radically transforming the global economy, also funded by Soros. Ritchie of Fair Vote and Koza of National Popular Vote co-authored a book called Every Vote Equal. Is this the book that made Tom a believer in National Popular Vote?
I get conservatives who say to me, well, why do you want to eliminate the Electoral College? And I have to tell them, this is why you need to read the book.
Article 2, Section 1. It is constitutional. We're not changing the Constitution. If you respect states' rights, if you truly do believe in them, then you respect the states' rights to determine however they want to award their electors.
It's time to junk the Electoral College. Rather than dismantling the Electoral College with an amendment, we can use the mechanisms of the Electoral College itself to guarantee popular election of the president.
I believe in the Republican message of smaller government, individual liberty, and economic freedom. And if conservatives believe that, then they should support National Popular Vote.
No, thank you. Kendon, I've been doing movie reviews for like the last week straight. At least one movie review a day. You need to go back and watch the videos, Kendon. You can watch them on kick.com. Kick.com. Ilhan Omar melts down a reporter, repeats pro-Hamas talking points when asked about Israeli retaliation in Gaza.
America, would you be calling for a ceasefire as well?
Vengeance is not a foreign policy doctrine. We are here to save lives. Israelis, Palestinians, Americans. Anyone else?
So is that a yes or a no?
Anyone else?
I do have another question. Why don't you want Israelis to
question
go
from
after the
anyone
terrorists that burned, tortured, killed their babies and children and still have them hostage? Why don't you want the Israelis to go after the terrorists that did that?
How many more killings is enough for you? Is it 1,000 more? 2,000 more? 3,000 more? How many more Palestinians would make you happy if they died? Will you be fine if all of the people of Gaza were gone? Would that make you happy? Would that be the thing that makes you proud? And maybe that's the question you should ask Richie. Is he okay? How many more Palestinian lives is he comfortable with? Because I'm not comfortable with any more.
Oh, she's gonna walk off. Who's that man right there? That bald-headed man in the middle.
What do you say to the Israelis?
Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Like you're telling them to do nothing when their children are being held hostage by terrorists.
She got mad and walked off. Tom Emmer called FTX founder Bankman-Fried a very likable young man. I wonder, did he get any money from Bankman-Fried? You know, Bankman-Fried was getting money from Ukraine and then giving it to Democratic congressmen. I think he gives some to Republicans too. Oh, Lord. Supporting 40 decapitated Israeli babies narrative. However, this has already been the fate for thousands of Palestinian children. That's terrible, man. Posting that shit. Hello, boys and girls. Today is Take Your Bullshit Somewhere Else Day. That's Mr. Rogers. See, you take it right over yonder. Right over there to Bullshit Hill. The Dilly Show is going to be a great Monday. Real estate crash, RFK Jr. attacks begin, and more with author Brendan Dilly. Now, RFK is calling for reparations. You think he's going to be pulling a lot of votes from the Republican Party? Spitting that shit? I don't think so. First, they released genetically modified mosquitoes onto the population, and then they warn us of rare disease caused by mosquitoes. What? You're not trying to tie them two things together, are you? You would be crazy to do that. How could you even fathom that just because they released mosquitoes and now we got this mosquito-borne illness over here? How could you even think that? That's a lot of mosquitoes leaving. Mosquitoes are tiny. Check your IQ score. Gaza is being besieged. UN is trying to get food and water in. They cannot. How Hamas are going to leave and swim all the way to Mexico and then sneak through your stupid borders? I could not get this swimming trip to fit my 8-inch smartphone screen. Probably the same way Africans do. Oh, hell. Better get out of the road. Oh my God, they got run over. Why? Well, they were standing in front of the car.
Oh my God! God!
Oh, it's terrible.
God?
Somebody's dead.
Where is God?
What do you mean, where's God?
Where is God?
I better get out of the road. I wonder how many of them learned from this right here, this little lesson. Probably not many. October the 19th, the investigation division opened. Oh, that ain't it. Apparently, four-wheel drive helps defeat the mob. Trump says the fight in Gaza is coming home to the USA. Tens of thousands of strong young men from the Middle East that have already invaded our country and are continuing to come totally unchecked will become a problem, the likes of which we have never seen before. Crooked Joe Biden is very ignorant, stupid man who has never been right on a foreign policy issue in his life. Close our borders now. Stop the onslaught. Stop the invasion. Tech has hurt their ability to hide and control. Since when the Union Party exposed billions requested Cheney as speaker, Babylon fallen prey. Gray sweatpants are for dudes with a dick, not dudes with peepees. But if I say leggings are for bitches with asses, not bitches with long backs, I'm a bad guy. Palestinian Jews protect Hamas Palestinian territory from the idea. Eyes wide shut, the real eyes wide shut.
People were. Those were not just ordinary people there. If I told you their names, I'm not going to tell you their names, but if I did, I don't think you'd sleep so well.
Broken baby doll heads,
Trump's moments away from speaking,
scattered across tables. Mannequins arranged to look like corpses, and the host wearing a menacing horned mask. No, this isn't some weird horror movie. These are actual photos taken at an Illuminati ball held by none other than the Rothschilds. The leaked pictures depict a scene eerily similar to Stanley Kubrick's 1999 movie Eyes Wide Shut. Had Kubrick himself been a witness to these elite mansion parties? Kubrick died just days after showing his film to the studio, and many believe he was killed for his daring expose. And what was in the mysterious 24 minutes the studio cut from the film after his death?
And he died a day after refusing to cut 24 minutes of it. Well, they cut it. You better believe they cut out of this film.
From ancient Luciferian rituals to cannibalism and human sacrifice, what really goes on at these elite mansion parties? Brace yourselves as we enter the real Eyes Wide Shut.
All right, come when you get through. Is that J.J. Jane? Who is that?
The aberrant perversions of the powerful so-called elite had always been a recurring theme for Kubrick, but he took it one step further in what would end up being his final film, Eyes Wide Shut, which depicted a masked ball identical to one the Rothschilds had thrown years earlier. The year was 1972, and the Rothschild mansion outside of Paris looked like it was in flames.
Yeah, what are they doing in there?
Huge flickering orange lights projected a fiery inferno across the main edifice. It was all part of the preparation for a masked ball they were hosting, and the guest list read like a who's who of the Illuminati. Artists, fashion designers, celebrities, and royalty were greeted by men in cat masks who guided them to the main room, where Marie Helen de Rothschild waited, wearing an elaborate deer head mask with ornate horns jutting from the top.
Yeah, ain't nothing odd about that.
Horned masks have historically been part of ancient pagan rituals. The invites were written backwards and required a mirror to read, reflecting Satanist Aleister Crowley's edict to do everything backwards. Creepy photos taken from the event have surfaced which show their bizarre costumes and questionable decoration. Baby dolls strewn on tables as part of the decor, demonstrating their hatred for humanity. Audrey Hepburn and another attendee wore birdcage masks, signifying MK Ultra mind control. Perhaps the weirdest picture is of men gathered around a nude female effigy, laid out on what looks to be some type of sacrificial altar. Notice the similarities to Marina Abramovic's cannibalistic cake parties, attended by the Hollywood elite, and scenes from music videos such as Katy Perry's creepy Bon Appetit. One rumor even suggested the female body was made of sugar and was actually edible.
Gibson.
The menu from this strange event also hints at a cannibalistic undertone.
Embryo, sweet lady, and sirloin.
Sirloin, for instance, is spelled out sirloin, like it is a person's name. And another menu item refers to an exquisite cadaver. When Cruz's character is discovered as an imposter, the man in the red cloak is sitting on a chair with a double eagle on it. The double eagle is the symbol of the Rothschild family and is found on their crest. Kubrick even filmed the salacious scenes inside an actual Rothschild mansion.
Letter.
But the film isn't the movie Kubrick wanted audiences to see. The studio demanded 24 minutes of the original be cut. Much speculation has been made about what might have been in that 24 minutes. Officially, Warner Brothers claimed the editing was necessary in order to obtain an R rating. This explanation doesn't make sense, however, given such a significant portion of a final cut film. 24 minutes is more than random clips. It's more likely that an entire scene was removed. A scene that could have been the climax of the entire movie. One that made all others make sense. After all, it was important enough that Kubrick refused to remove it.
I got a call, and he claimed to be one of Kubrick's top assistants before he died. In other words, he was there all the way to the end.
Wow, that's getting good.
And he told me,
sleeper cell.
Kubrick kept muttering to himself that the Warner Brothers executives were going to hate his film. And literally, he quoted me as saying, when they see this film, they're going to kill him. Then, on the night that he showed them the film in London, strangely enough, he had taken up smoking again, which he'd been a chain smoker earlier in life, and he kind of slowed down, but apparently, much to this guy's surprise, he was chaining again. And he waited in the lobby, really kind of pale and distant. And then the movie ended, and the door opened, and somebody walked out and said, "Stanley, you need to come down here." And the door shut, and this guy said that he heard yelling for about 45 minutes, screaming and yelling. And he heard Kubrick say that, you can't change my film. It's in my contract. And then Kubrick stormed out first, and he followed Stanley. And that was the last time we ever saw Stanley.
Wow. But was Stanley Kubrick really murdered for the secrets he revealed in Eyes Wide Shut? Many researchers say yes, and point to the strange coincidences surrounding the filmmaker's sudden demise.
And this is a guy who'd already done Eyes Wide Shut back in 1999, and then right before the film comes out, Stanley Kubrick ends up dead.
Right.
And he dies the same way that one of the guys died in the film. And the film, of course, exposes the cabal totally. And if you actually get the DVD and you watch Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman being interviewed for this thing, they are really freaking out about when they're asked questions about Stanley Kubrick's death.
For you, now you look back and you say, well, what if something, no. He
Did he have any heart problems?
The man worked hard. I'd get faxes from him at 3 a.m, and Christiane was there, and you know, he didn't discuss that, you know, it was sudden, it was a shock, no one said, oh, you know, that was expected, you know, especially after a couple of days after talking to him. And
Kubrick died just days after his original cut was presented to the studio. Although he had secured complete creative control over the film, the studio refused to show whatever was in those 24 minutes. So what were they to do? Many believe the Hollywood elites, angry over his expose, murdered Stanley Kubrick so that they could edit the film, and there would be no way he could ever reveal what was in the original version.
Look at Eyes Wide Shut, Stanley Kubrick, who you better believe got invited to things like this. And there's names very similar to George Soros in it, as, you know, the bad guy character. And his wife, he finds out, is really an occultist. And he died a day after refusing to cut 24 minutes of it. Well, they cut it. You better believe they cut out of this film.
The timing of his death is also curious, being exactly 666 days before January 1st, 2001. One of Kubrick's most acclaimed films is 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I think the fact that Stanley died exactly 666 days
What's
before
up, man?
January 1st, 2001, the first day
Matter of what's your name? Where you calling from?
year of his greatest film.
Kendall, what's going on? How you doing today?
You just had that Rothschild thing on, right?
Yeah, it's still on. We're playing it right now.
Okay. For people, just for shits and giggles, tell people to look up Philippine G. Rothschild.
Look up who?
Her name is Philippine Rothschild.
Timothy?
And look at the images on Google at all of her jewelry.
Yeah, but what's her name? Philippine
Rothschild.
Philippine Rothschild. You know, they're selling a lot of their stuff. The Rothschilds.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, we played something last week where they're doing a bunch of auctions, auctioning off a bunch of their collections.
Well, that lady's jewelry, every piece that you see in those Getty images, is either the, you know, that Aleister Crowley demon.
Yeah, that little big head demon.
Right.
Yeah.
Either that or it's like the Baphomet, the horned goat.
Yeah.
Every piece of jewelry just about that you'll see in the Getty images. Great big gold jewelry, you know, hanging around it.
Put you up here. This is
And
interesting.
every single piece of
EXO. Hold on a minute, Kenny, hold on. EXO, go over to the kick.com channel, because sometimes YouTube takes me down, and we're back on YouTube right now, but most of the time we're over on Kick. Kenny, are you on Kick too?
No, I get over there sometimes, but I have trouble with that site. It's always messing me up.
Yeah, well, that's where we've been at. That's where we've been at. You know, we're still doing the show every day.
I think some of my stuff has gone viral, and so every time I get off Facebook and look at something else now, I go back. I have to reestablish my account. In other words, I gotta close the old one and start a new one just to get my stuff back there.
Yeah.
I don't know who else this is happening to, but a lot of my conservative friends are saying the same.
Trump is live right now? Okay, Trump's live right now.
Listen to that.
They're telling me Trump's
Anyway, I thought I'd throw that in. If people want to look it up, it's just for
shits and giggles.
Check it out.
Just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, her whole jewelry collection seems to be nothing but the Baphomet and Horn Devils and the Aleister Crowley demons. I mean, everything she's got, just about.
Yeah, they a lot of their shit is satanic as hell.
They're satanic. I believe that they are. I mean, you can't say the whole family is, because there might be one or two that's not. But
I don't see how you could be part of that family and not be. Because you've been around it.
You got to be ruthless as hell for sure.
Yeah.
And what they've done over the years. They financed every war for profit since the Napoleon Conference.
Yeah.
Lou, thank you.
That's how you make money. You loan money to both sides.
That's exactly what they've done.
And then you're funding both sides, and then you're rebuilding both sides. It's like the drug game. Yeah.
It's just like they're already putting contracts into Ukraine to rebuild it. This war machine, and of course the first two industries, or the first three, I should say, that pharmaceutical industry is theirs. But not the Rothschilds, but the Rothschilds. But they work in hand in hand.
Yeah, they're all on the same team.
Yeah. Now here's something about Rothschild that people don't know. When you ever been to Jekyll Island?
Yeah, we used to do our football camps on Jekyll Island.
Okay, well they first settled Jekyll Island. The first settlers that came to America on clipper ships. They settled into Jekyll Island. They thought they found a nice place to settle, right? The indigenous people were there, and they were having a ritual that they do annually where they were basically sacrificing babies.
Yeah.
And it freaked out the settlers so bad that they left the next day. One of the settlers drew the ritual, painted it, and he he knew the site where it was and all of it. And the Rothschilds built their family home, the summer home, the vacation home.
Right on that property.
Right on top of that sacrifice site.
Yeah, that was I can't remember the name of that house they did there, or the site, what it was called, but it was called something.
Well, they not only built it on top of that site. For some reason, Rockefeller felt compelled to put a glass floor in the building so he could show off the altar they were sacrificing their babies.
Yeah, it's just like the shit they do out there at the Bohemian Grove.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And the crazy part is it seems to work for them. The more satanic they are, the more it seems like they just have everything go their way, huh?
Well, yes.
I wonder who rules this world. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but that's what that shows. The more evil shit you do, the more that they can use you, the higher up you're going to go in worldly positions and power.
I believe they use that whole Epstein Island stuff is so that they can guarantee that nobody's going to talk.
Yeah, they blackmail them. It's a honeypot.
Right, they're all caught in Epstein type dangles, or they've taken the Rothschild private sector banker's office and should have refused.
Yeah.
But that's the problem we have in America.
Yeah, but Epstein Island wasn't the only one that they're doing this shit on.
No, I know that.
They're all these islands are all over the place. There's a lot of evil people in the world.
Yeah, well, and they all using that same blackmail tactic. Matter of fact, I would send it to you. I got to go get on Facebook just to send you something else. But it's funny because Justin Trudeau's brother basically spilled the beans about that. He came out and he was telling you the who, the what, the where. He said Justin Trudeau doesn't work for the Canadian people.
No.
All of his stuff comes down from the higher ups at Davos, the World Economic Forum.
Yep.
Everything he says is a lie. Basically, that's why he wouldn't go out with the freedom truckers and talk to them because, it's hard to talk to people when you're attacking lives. But, if you're truthful, you can go out and talk. But he basically said in that interview exactly what those Epstein type dangles, black. And this is Justin Trudeau's brother now.
Did he say anything about? Did he say anything about Trudeau being kin to Castro?
No, he didn't. But that's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
They were in the same place at the same time.
Well, his mama was down there.
Yeah, you can look at him and tell.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the way she's looking at Castro that they had something going on.
Right, that's right. Of course, this is all.
And I don't think Cuba had condoms.
Here's the kind of stuff you get computed up on YouTube. I've got stuff going viral or something because for days now I can't even get off Facebook for a second, and they're shutting so I have to reboot my account, reboot it. I got to delete the old one and reboot a new one to get on my Facebook. And I know that's what it is. I've got several posts that are going viral right now, basically sharing some truths about what's been going on. And letting people know, exactly how this thing has happened, what's happened, and what's happening, why it's happening. And finally, people are starting to wake up, and that's where they're paying attention to it.
Yeah.
Stuff that you've known about for quite a while, but a lot of these people are still asleep. They don't know what's happened. They don't know what they did with the vaccine, how it's the biggest racketeering theft of wealth in history. They don't know that,
Yeah, they don't know what's coming. I don't see why they can't see it with all these daily postings of people dying suddenly.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's It's going to be like that doctor says. It's going to be like a mass die-off of people, and then what's going to happen? The ones that didn't take the jab, we're going to be the ones that have to go fight against these people.
They're probably, I hate to say it, but gene therapy is not traditional vaccine. And all the talking heads and everybody's still arguing over whether it was a lab leak or it was
Well, they pretty much come out and said it was a lab leak.
Right. They finally said that, but really they argued that it's misdirection.
Yeah, they didn't want you thinking.
It was a lab leak or not, when in reality it was all purposeful.
Yeah, they did this shit intentionally.
They're doing. They had patents on it.
I think they got twofold out of it leaking. They got the so they could do the depopulation thing, and plus they could
never killed one bird with one stone.
And plus they could get they could do away with Trump being elected again and use the mail-in ballots.
There's multiple birds.
Yeah. Well, hey,
like I said, it was the biggest theft of wealth in history. They threw a rock in the front. People need to ask themselves, why are they so against? I mean, this is the stuff they're doing against Trump should tell you. And I can tell you exactly what it is. Because of the vaccine, they basically handed themselves over to us on a silver platter. Because they not only coerced everybody, violated the Geneva Convention on torture techniques by making you take something that doesn't even, you don't even know what's in it because it's just intellectual property protection into your body under threat of unemployment. So then you have the Nuremberg Code under consent, informed consent. Well, it's that intellectual property protection. How could we be informed? And then to top all of that off, they've even violated the genocide laws by creating a class of people to discriminate against when the unvaccinated can't get life-saving transplants and treatment. So they have literally handed themselves over to us on a silver platter if you couple Trump CEOs in with it, which is to say that anybody caught in the crimes against humanity, because they created it, the Sudan function, but anybody caught in that would have to have their assets seized. So basically we could take their money from them right now, and there wouldn't be a damn thing they could do about it. We're just using the Nuremberg Code. And then we could take that and put that purse strings back into we the people worldwide. And that's what they're scared of. That's why they're so scared of Trump. It's just like with Reagan. When Reagan declared the war on drugs, he put the CIA in the crosshairs for treason. If you read the definition of treason, Article 3, Section 3, you understand that what treason is. And when he declared a war on drugs, that declaration of war put their clandestine drug operations in the crosshair for treason. That's why he was shot. And Hinckley, he was one of Bush's buddies, you know that.
Yep.
He knew the Bush family well.
Yeah, him and his family was friends with him.
Right. And so Bush was the one that was in charge of that whole clandestine drug operation. And he probably had something to do with Kennedy's assassination as well.
They probably did.
From what I've researched. I do a lot of research. So.
Well, hey, Kenny, we got Trump on, so we're going to play him live.
Yeah, play. We need to hear it.
All right, and we'll talk to you later, Kenny. Have a good one, man.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I ain't talked to Kenny in a while. You can't play that music.
All over the world we're left at. I want to thank my New Hampshire senior advisor who's been with me right from the beginning. He's been an incredible guy.
Right from the very beginning.
Stepanek. Where's Steve?
Steve Stepanek.
Wherever you may be, there he is. Thank you, Steve. Great job. He's always working. Our New Hampshire co-chairs, Bruce Breton and Lou Gargiulo. Lou, thank you.
Lou
Bruce,
Gargiulo.
Thank you very much. Great guys, great people. Hillsborough County Attorney John Coughlin. Thank you, John. A man that's been with me really from the beginning. He's the first person with me. He used to tell me, that's right, Corey. He used to tell me, sir, you're going to win by so much. I put him on about 6 months early. How we doing, Corey? Sir, you're leading in every poll. Even if there was no poll, he'd say that. because he wanted me to run. I said, well, let's take a look at it, Corey. Let's just take a look. Sir, you do it every day. He'd come in. Sir, you're winning. You're killing everybody. How do you know, Corey? It tells you everyone. I just know, sir. And he was there right from the beginning, and we had an incredible relationship right up until this day, and it'll be going on for a long time. He's a very special guy, and he loves this state. He loves New Hampshire. He lives here.
Laura, I should ask Kennedy to like Cheetos.
This state, and I'd like to introduce Corey Lewandowski. Where is Corey? Corey, get over here, Corey. Corey, come up here, Corey. Come here, Corey. I gotta get him up. Come here, Corey. These people love Corey. This is his place. Come here, Corey.
I don't like that, Sunday.
How great is Trump? Guys, we won it twice. We got to win it one more time.
What's going on?
Fix this country. Donald Trump for New Hampshire. Donald Trump for America.
Kenny, somebody named The Flash is wanting to ask you a question over there in the chat.
You guys.
He didn't know that was going to happen. That was a very good job. And another one with tremendous spirit. I watched her on television 2 days ago, defending me and fighting for me. Caroline Levitt. Caroline, where are you, Caroline? Hi, sweetheart. Hey.
He's watching say the same thing. Is that what you said? Conscience is watching say the same thing?
She's doing a job.
He's talking about the same thing that's going on out there. Ain't nothing changed. The deep state's stealing our money, giving it to foreign countries, allowing illegals to come up through the border.
Oh, I don't want to be against her. I don't want to
Turning New York City into a shithole, but I think it was already a shithole before all the illegals got up there. New York City is a cesspool, filthy, dirty, concrete jungle. I think that's what they call it, the concrete jungle.
Against her. That'll never happen. Thank you, Caroline. Honorary chair of our New Hampshire veterans.
It's been like that. Go back and watch that the opening scene where they were talking about the Vinnie Barbarino, the warthogs, and the opening scene, and you look out there, it just looks nasty. That movie, My Bodyguard, when they're going across the lots and shit, and trash is just piled up everywhere.
Coalition, you know this man very well, Al Baldessaro. Al, thank you, Al. He loves our vets, and I love our vets, and he makes sure that we take care of them.
He could give us a structural breakdown on limp Cheetos.
You know,
and I can tell you how they get limp. Because that girl's got a wop over there. And when it gets saturated, it don't hold its firmness up. A Cheeto don't. Other things do, but a Cheeto don't. It'll tend to start leaning one way or the other.
The VA, the Veterans Association, and hospitals, and all of them put together. They have
Salty Cracker. I watched the Salty Cracker.
We got the highest rating that we've ever had. We had a 92% rating.
Flash, I watched Salty Cracker.
For approval, job approval, or taking care of our great vets. Al was a big help, but everyone, the VA.
I did watch the quartering. I sort of got off the quartering.
One said there's never been anything close. And you look at second
X22 report.
It was like 51%. Nobody's ever done that job, and it's an honor. You have a lot of vets up here. It's an honor to have done it. It's an honor to have done it. We're going to be building a big VA hospital up here.
Laura, you wouldn't be giggling. You wouldn't be giggling with a Cheeto.
Which you don't have.
Your eyes is rolled back in your head. You're clutching the sheets.
You know, I think you're the only state that doesn't have one.
Your head's tossing side to side in the throes of orgasm.
Had that all set to go, but then we had a little election that went astray. So we have
and
to
you're messing the sheets up. You know what Cheeto does to your fingertips. Just imagine what it does to the sheets.
You got to get out there and you got to watch those voters. You don't have to vote. Don't worry about voting. The voting, we got plenty of votes. You got to watch election night. You know, it used to be election day, election night. Now it's election month. Now it's election period. Some of these things going for 53 days. It's terrible. We want to bring it back.
I like Salty Cracker,
Same-day
man.
voting,
He is funny.
Paper ballots, right? Voter ID. Voter ID. Let me see. Here it is. Voter ID.
I don't understand how they get to stay on, though. I don't understand how Salty and some of them get to stay on YouTube, because YouTube takes me down. And I don't go as hard as them, because I've learned my lesson. Yes, sir, boss. I ain't going to do it again. I ain't going to talk about that thing that come from China, from the wet market, the bat soup. I'm not going to talk. Yes, it was. It was natural the way they caught that shit. And all that. Even that guy down in Florida on the motorcycle that died, he had the COVID. He didn't die from that motorcycle accident. Well, Jamie's all tangled up in the wheels and shit over there. That ain't what killed him. COVID got that man before he ever crashed. He crashed because COVID took him. You believe that shit? I don't. And when you lie about that, when you lie about that one thing right there, that makes me question everything else that comes out of your damn mouth. Especially when they were talking about 98.8% of the people survive it, they get it. Oh, but you got to get a vaccine. Why? Well, we're trying to kill you. Yeah, that's what bitch is talking about world population control. The guy pushing it. And you want me to take it, what he's pushing? No, thank you. You can have mine.
Very special person, Belknap County Sheriff Bill Wright. Thank you, Bill. Where's Bill?
But I learned my lesson, YouTube.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much, Bill.
Trump's going to prison, and we can't wait till he's in there so we can re-elect Joe Biden. He's going to get, Joe's probably going to get close to 100 million votes this time. 100 million Joe's going to get. He ain't got to do no campaigning. We know how good Joe Biden is for this country. Look at all the shit he did for us when he was in the Senate. You talking about when he was taking them top secret things? No, not that. You talking about when he was putting black people in prison? No, not that. Well, what else has he done? Well, he's got filthy rich up there. Can you imagine how he did that? Well, yeah, I know. I can imagine how he did it. Probably doing some crooked shit. Like the majority of them that's up there, doing crooked shit. Term limits. Flash, you should have been here earlier when we called, what was that guy's name? Emmer, the guy there trying to push for the speaker now, the one that was working for Soros.
It's a big endorsement. We have the law enforcement endorsements. They're all over. We love law enforcement. They're greatly respected.
No, we don't. We need to get rid of law enforcement. Law enforcement needs to be defunded. Get rid of them. They're not doing their damn job no how.
But they are greatly respected by the people, by the real people. Greatly respected. Thank you very much, Bill. Appreciate it. 4 days ago, crooked Joe Biden gave one of the most dangerous and deluded speeches ever delivered from the Oval Office. It was disaster.
Boo!
Not only
Boo!
presentation, which wasn't too good, it's the words that were really bad. Less than 1 week after, innocent men, women, children, and babies were kidnapped, raped, tortured, slaughtered in the worst terror attack in Israeli history. It was the worst in history, actually. Babies, I guess they said 42 babies with their heads chopped off. Think of that one. They don't even want to talk about it. Crooked Joe went before the American people and said that if you want to support Israel, then you have to give a blank check for the proxy war also in Ukraine, having to do with Russia and Ukraine, which is another one, by the way, would have never happened if we were president. If we didn't have that election, you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have had the attack.
Y'all boys over there on YouTube, hit the thumbs up and the like button.
The world is exploding.
And
you take
subscribe,
a look at
and then go over to kick.com and do it over there so you get notified.
Victor Orban. Did anyone ever
hear? We try to do this every day. Some days you don't make it, Jamie. Well, I'm doing other things sometimes.
He's probably like one of the strongest leaders anywhere in the world, and he's the leader of. Right? He's the leader of Turkey. Fronts on both Russia. Yeah,
and we also play Call of Duty.
Sit down. We'll be here for a little while. We got plenty of time.
Sit down for a while.
I'm very honored that you're all standing, but sit down. They'll be standing in a couple of minutes as soon as we say some of the things they like, because they're waiting. They're waiting for that. But Victor Orban, and He's the head of Hungary, and he runs it tough. Let me tell you, he runs it properly. He runs it strong with crime and everything else. He runs it strong, and he doesn't let terrorists into his country. They said, what do you recommend for Joe Biden if you could tell him anything? I tell him to resign and let Trump become president, because nobody ran China, Russia, North Korea. Nobody ever did a job like Trump did a job. I tell him to get out, let Trump run things like he was doing for 4 years. Little truth to that, maybe a lot of truth to that. Biden said that if you want to stop terrorists, then you have to give him
I ain't seen
billions
nobody
of
to
dollars
be
to
Trump
support
running mate
illegal
yet.
aliens invading the United States. You know,
Maybe
many of the people coming in, you
the
notice
lady
there are
from
so many
Arizona,
young
Carrie
men,
Lake, maybe.
young, strong men, and they're coming in from areas that are.
I
right
don't
now,
like women in the positions of power like that, though. I don't want to be following a woman. I don't. Why? Because I'm sexist.
in war.
Now, I'll follow her into the kitchen. I'll follow her into the bedroom. But I don't want her to be leading me around out here when shit's going on in the world, because women are emotional. I hate to say it, but women are emotional. Y'all can't help it.
In different areas. We have a lot of wars going on all over the. We had no wars. We beat ISIS, 100% of ISIS. You know what we did. But we have a lot of different spaces. You could very much end up in World War III because we have an incompetent president. You know, the United States has such a
Joe Biden's a little bitty thing in this scheme of things. Joe Biden is a little bitty tiny. He's a tiny player.
You have to be respected as a country, maybe feared, but really
I want to hear the people's names that are controlling Biden and Obama.
Grotesque
You think
betrayal
Obama
of
said?
Israel
You should
and
look at
a
his fault.
confused mess of neocon warmongering. An American last lunacy. American last. They want America last, ladies and gentlemen. Pushing conflict abroad and distracting from as many disasters at home. I mean, look at home. Look at what's going on. And you haven't even seen them. They've allowed, I believe, 15 million people into the country from all of these different places like jails, mental institutions. And wait till you see what's going to happen with all those people. They're not coming in just because they like our weather. They like our weather. They're coming in for a lot of bad reasons. Crooked Joe can't even walk up the children's stairs in Air Force One, you know? Now, doesn't that look terrible? You see a man come out, you want to see a man walk out, or a woman walk off Air Force One, nice and high, wave to everybody. This guy goes through the little stairs. We call them the children's stairs. And now he's made it a common practice because he can't quite make it up or down. I think he has a bigger time making it up. Usually that's...
You need to get him one of them chairs for the old folks that you sit in at the bottom of the stairs and you ride up through there. Now, how did they used to do Roosevelt, the one with the wheelchair? I didn't ever see him walk up no stairs. Well, he couldn't walk. How did they get away with it back then? Did y'all see the president today when he walked up the stairs? No. Why? Because he can't walk, dumbass. He's got polio.
Supposed to be easier. Let's not even think about it. Or find his way off a stage. He can't find his way off a stage. You ever see the makes a speech, if you call it that? Okay, thank you. And they're screaming at him. They're saying, no, you got there, you got... And he can make a bad speech, but you got to be able to see, you know, you came in here, I can even go out there, I see there's an exit there, exit here, you got exits all over. It's unbelievable. And this guy's in charge of the most dangerous time in our history. He's in charge of it. And the weaponry is so massive and so powerful that this won't be World War II or World War...
Sing my battleship.
War I with army tanks running around shooting at each other. World War III will be an obliteration. It'll be something like nobody's ever seen before. And we have a man that's not capable. He's not capable. They're really good at cheating on elections, but that's not him. That's a whole group of radical left lunatics. To every American who's terrified that Crooked Joe's weakness will cause catastrophic global conflict. Excuse me, it already is. I make this promise to you as president. I will restore peace through strength, and we will stop World War III. We will not have World War III.
Not Tulsi Gabbard.
And I know all the players. I know them all.
I don't want somebody that's been in politics. I'd rather hire Joe
Because
Blow
it was Joe Biden
that's
with
down
his
there working
weakness
at
and what he
the
did
greasy
with
spoon
Iran and others that caused the attack on Israel. That's
than
very
some
simple.
of these damn crooked ass politicians.
Would have never attacked. They would have never attacked Israel. Never. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. You wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have any inflation right now. It was energy that went up like skyrocketed. He stopped it. Just no more. Let's have everything. Thank you. He sounds like a good candidate. Who said that? Who said that? Stand up. Let me see. He's a real man. He's a real man. Unlike Joe Biden, I will stand with our friend and ally, the state of Israel, 100%. We'll stand with them 100%. And unlike Crooked Joe, I will fully support Israel's mission of ensuring that the terrorist group Hamas is defeated, dismantled, and permanently destroyed. They have to destroy them.
But you also got to get rid of the deep state that's in Israel.
They have to be careful in their type of attack. Going in is a lot of risks to that with the mines that are put all over the place in the tunnels probably. You know, bad things can happen. There's other ways of doing it also. But they know what they're doing, and they have to do it right. But they have to be tough, and they have to win. They have no choice. They have to win. Even as Biden was speaking, Iranian proxies were attacking U.S. military assets in the region. As he's speaking, they're actually shooting into our different military bases, forts. They're shooting in missiles, and we're saying, like, oh, it's okay, just another day. It's not another day. Do you remember when I did something to Iran and they shot missiles? Well, those are typically very accurate missiles, but did you notice every single one of them missed, right? I wonder why they missed. I wonder why they missed. They went at a certain base that we had, a lot of people in that base, but they all landed a little outside the base. I wonder why. Someday you're going to think about that. Then you're going to think about, did we know they weren't going to hit the base too? But they didn't hit us. They needed some kind of reply, I guess, but they didn't hit us. Crooked Joe is not feared, he's not respected, and he's regarded by our enemies as a joke. They don't even believe it. When I'm president, America will be respected again like never before, just like never before. And our enemies will know that if they harm a single American, we will hit them faster and harder than they've ever been hit before. In addition, upon my inauguration, and it's our inauguration, I call it, our. It's not mine, it's our. We have to bring our country back. It's not an easy thing to do. Would you believe what's happened to the USA in the last 3 years? But I will immediately reinstate all sanctions on the murderous Iranian regime. You have to do that till we have a deal. If you will not enforce sanctions against Iran, then you do not stand with Israel. It's that simple. It's all about Iran. It's not about these others. It's all about Iran. They know everything that's going on. They probably laid out the game plan. And Joe Biden won't do it. I wonder how much money he's receiving from Iran, do you think? He gets a lot from China. That we know. But I will do it. When I came into office, Iran had $70 billion in foreign exchange reserves. It was loaded up with money. That's from Obama. Its piggy bank was full, and it was also full of terrorists. By the time I left, they had nothing. They were broke. They were broke. The Iranian regime could barely afford to turn out the lights. And we had a...
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of interesting discussions. We would have had a deal with Iran, one that was good for everybody, one that was good for them. They might have not have known it at the time, but it would have been good for them. But that not give them access. We cannot give them access to nuclear weapons. We would have had a deal within 1 week after the election. I believe that. They were ready to make a deal because
Well,
they were
I'm doing
so.
a show right now on YouTube.
They were poor. They were actually poor. China, I said, if you buy, you're not going to deal with the United States, and we're going to tariff you at a level of about 100% on everything you do sell in. I said that to India too. I said it to other nations, and they weren't buying oil from Iran at all. They weren't buying any oil, and Iran was not doing well. And the 70 billion that they had was actually, I think, closer to 100 billion. It disappeared very rapidly. And if you notice, all of the problems, all of the big problems, they all stopped. And I never talked about it during my 4 years, but look what happened. We didn't have any attacks in the United States for 4 years. I never wanted to say it during. I can't say it. I wanted to for 2 years. I wanted to say, look how good things are. We had the ban. We had the whole thing banned. They said, oh, that's such a terrible thing, a ban from horrendous, dangerous nations. We had a ban. I think that's okay. But we didn't have an attack for 4 years. About 2 days after I left, I said, how good did we do? We did great. We did great because we were respected and probably feared. But the election was rigged and it was stolen. And sadly, Crooked Joe surrendered my tough sanctions immediately to Iran. And now, once again, Iran probably has close to $100 billion to finance terror. And Israel's paying a big price. They're paying a very big price. Iran is a very rich country right now. When I left, they were broke. They were broke. And they would have made a deal very quickly, but now they're very rich, and I think it's very hard to make a deal. The minute I'm back in the White House, not only will I impose the most crippling sanctions in history, we will also unleash the most powerful economic weapon. We will drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Most powerful weapon. Can you believe what we're doing with the electric cars? All electric. Nobody wants them. Oh, we want all electric. Darling, I'd love to drive to New Jersey, but the car won't go that far. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop 7 times, darling. Remember the old days when we had those old-fashioned cars that would just drive you to New Jersey and back on a tank of gas? It's nothing like the modern times when we have to stop 7 times to get a charge. Under the Trump administration, we had energy independence, and soon we would have been energy dominant. We were going to be selling our energy to Europe instead of Russia, selling it. And we would have been taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We would have been reducing our debt. We would have gotten our debt, which is tremendous now, tremendous. I was doing that, and then we got hit with COVID, and we had to do other things. We got hit with COVID at the end. We had to do other things. Nobody has ever had an economy, and we did it twice. We did it twice, and actually the second time was really harder because of COVID. We did a great job with that. Never got the credit from the fake news, but we did a great job. We handed him something that was very good. And I got the price of oil below $40 a barrel at some points. Think of it. Gutting Iran's ability to finance war and terror. And likewise, Russia. Russia wouldn't have been able to prosecute the war against Ukraine at $40, but at $100 and $115, and now it looks like we're going up to records. With Biden, the price of oil is nearing $100 a barrel. It's going to be much higher than that soon. And they have all the money they want. So these people that like to fight wars that have oil are making a fortune. Nobody's ever made a fortune fighting a war, but they're making a fortune far more than anybody has ever made before as a country. And they pay the radical Islamic thugs as much money as they want because they have so much money. Crooked Joe surrendered our energy independence, and he made Iran rich again, really rich, and he made America very poor. We're a very poor nation. We owe $35 trillion. We're very poor. Then he used the reserves, or strategic reserves. He took it out so that he could have lower gasoline prices for cars. It wasn't meant for, politics. It was meant for wars. And we're now at the lowest level in our strategic reserves in history. In history, nobody's ever remembered. We're down at the bottom. We've never been at a level like that. I poured in a lot. In fact, if it wasn't for Congress, we would have had. I had a deal to buy it for $25 a barrel, and even lower than that. But we bought a lot, and we got it at great prices. And it wasn't for the Democrats, we would have had that whole thing filled up at about $25 a barrel, but they thought, oh, you shouldn't do that. We need that for war. We need that for security, not for cars going back and forth so that you vote for somebody because the oil price is 10 cents less. That's not the reason. He attacked American energy while he unleashed Iranian energy. Look what he did with Venezuela. Remember? Venezuela, take a look at that. Ah, so am I right? Am I right? Venezuela, we would have had something done with Venezuela. You could have gone back there. Now you can't. He's right. Thank you very much. And I didn't put him out there, by the way. He's not a campaign finance person. But you're right. We're pouring money into Venezuela on getting tar. They have very heavy tar. It's really tar that you have to burn. And you know where it gets burned? In Houston. It's the only plant. It's the only refinery in the world that can do it because it's very heavy, very dirty. And we're doing it, and we're taking it out of Venezuela instead of under our feet. You know, we have liquid gold under our feet. We have more than any other nation, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than anybody. And it's beautiful. Light sweet. Did you ever hear of light sweet? Do you know what that is? Light sweet. I call it liquid gold, and we have more than anybody. He funded Hamas and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is now starting, you see, in the north. How about the security person, top security person for Biden said, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack us from the north because that's where we're most vulnerable. Can you believe it? The following morning we got attacked from the north. No, can you believe the guy he's a national security advisor? I hope that Hezbollah doesn't attack Israel from the north because that's where we're the most vulnerable. The following morning they got attacked. But this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with stupid people. Dealing with stupid people. He funded Hamas, Hezbollah. He launched a war on patriotic citizens at home. We're at war.
Hello?
Goes after all of us. I mean, he's attacking his political opponent. Nobody ever got indicted as a political opponent. You know, when you're finished, president, but we're not finished. By the way, if I was, I probably would be right now having a good time in life. But I'm having a good time for a different reason because we're going to make our country great again. We're going to bring it back. Crazy. Thank you, man. But we'll do the exact opposite. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The spirit, you know, it's amazing. I was saying coming up, every house has a Trump sign on it, everything, and everywhere. In Florida, we left Florida, Iowa, South Carolina, every place we go, the houses, Trump, 2024. And I was saying that the spirit right now is greater than it ever was in 2016 or 2020. I mean, 2020 was unbelievable, but they did a lot of bad things, and they used COVID to cheat, and there's a lot of things happened. You know, people couldn't go out. They were afraid to go out. A lot of bad things happened. The ballots all over the place. They had more ballots than they had voters, little things like that, right? But they used it to cheat, and they're not going to get away with it this time. There's more spirit now than I ever saw in 2020 or 2016. You see it here. And I think the two reasons are, number one, you saw the job we did. We had the strongest border in history. If he would have, you know, he goes to the beach a lot, right? If he would have gone to the beach and not done anything, he would have the best border. We had the best people. Tom Homan was incredible, right? You know Judd, right? Brandon Judd, he's fantastic. We had the best people anywhere. And they're so, you know, Border Patrol. And by the way, ICE, these are great people. These are people that, I know some people in the front row, they're very tough, but they don't want to do the job that ICE does. They go into a pack of MS-13s and they fight. The fists are flowing, and then 2 minutes later, they start taking them out, putting them in paddy wagons, and we got them out of our country. But they fight. Who the hell else is going to do that job? And Brandon
What's up,
does
Andres?
a fantastic. Brandon Judd does a fantastic job with the Border Patrol. So many great people, and they want to fix it. You know, they could have an easier job if they just stand aside and let them all pour in. That's an easier job. They don't want it. They hate what they see coming in, and they hate that our country's gone to hell. They hate it. They are really amazing. They're great people. I will shut down Iranian energy and I'll unlock American energy like never before, and we will once again make the Iranian dictatorship very poor. And we're going to make the American people very rich. Look, Iran was broke when I left. I don't want to use a term like that, but Iran was broke. And now they're rich. Over a 3-year period, they have close to $100 billion. They're rich as hell. That's peanuts compared to what they need to keep trying to destroy Israel and other things and other people. We will cut the cost of energy for New Hampshire families in half, and it'll go very quickly. You know, you have the highest energy costs. Is anybody here not from New Hampshire? Anybody here like, well, we have a lot of travelers. They like to hear. They like, and we're not, you know, we do the rallies like once a month, but do those rallies. But, you know, people come from all over the country. It's a lot of people because this is really a very select group of people from New Hampshire, but a lot of people got in. So, yeah, this guy right over here, Front Row Joe, right? Front Row Joe, stand up. This guy, he sees a lot of these, and we can't get it up because it's just an optimistic. Look, our country's in trouble. Really big trouble, probably like it's never been before, but we're going to make it great again. We're going to make our country great again, but we're going to make it, we really still have that chance, greater than ever before. I really believe that. We're going to make it greater than ever before. And so when people like our friends, the Front Row Joes that are traveling all over the country, I don't know what the hell they do for a living. They must have a lot of money. You must have been very successful. How many events have you guys gone to?
This is my 67th rally.
How much? 67th rally. That's pretty good. I'm not losing his vote. I'm not losing his vote. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. No, he's a great American. He's a patriot. He wants to see our country do well. But under my leadership, we kept you so safe from terrorists that you never really had to think about it. The Biden came along, he blew everything up. Remember the horrible situation we had with the border, which was a fraction of what it was now, as an example of what it is now. We had a horrible situation with the border. And I came in and I talked about they're coming through, and I mentioned the word rape, and they said, how dare they mention rape? I mean, the large percentages of the women coming up get raped. Large percentages. What I said was like baby talk compared to the fact. I mean, I was actually being very conservative in what I was saying, but they couldn't stand it. But when you looked at it and you saw it, nobody's ever seen anything like that. And it sounded really bad to me. I did such a good job that in 2020, I couldn't talk about the border because nobody wanted to hear it because we had no problem with the border. The border was secure. We had no problem. So I couldn't talk about the border. And I used to say, and I would say maybe it was my biggest or second biggest thing other than the economy and the economics of a country. But it was just about my biggest thing. And I said, you know, I got to talk about the border. I got so used to talking about it. They said, sir, nobody cares about the border anymore. You fixed the problem. Nobody cares. I couldn't even say I fixed the problem. People forgot we had a problem. We had a horrible border in 2016, and then we fixed it. I couldn't talk about it in 2020. I couldn't even mention. People start falling asleep. Then today, you don't mind if I talk about the border because, man, do we have to talk about the border. But Biden canceled my travel ban on terror-plagued nations. He threw open our borders, surrendered to the Taliban. He totally surrendered. What that whole thing was so bad in Afghanistan. That was the lowest moment in the history of our country. He gave away tens of billions of dollars to Iran, swamped American communities with pro-jihadist refugees. That's a nice term, pro-jihadist. And proclaimed that the number one terror threat was not ISIS or Al-Qaeda, but Trump supporters, MAGA supporters. How about that? MAGA. MAGA is the problem. You know what MAGA is? MAGA are patriots. They're patriots that want to see our country be great. They don't want women raped on the streets. They don't want people mugged and beaten up.
Oh, I should have got some coffee while I was in there. Hold on a minute, folks.
And they're the people you see at school board meetings begging for sanity in our schools. It's an incredible thing. I watched Biden with that one, remember, with the red background, looked like the devil. He had that horrible, I don't know, whoever his set designer, the same set designer does the same set of him on the beach. Somebody thinks he looks good on the beach. I don't think so. He hobbles over, he grabs the chair. You know, those chairs are meant so a child can pick them up. They weigh like 4, they're incredible. You can pick them up like this. You see this guy walking around, and then he sleeps on the beach all day long. And we have potentially World War III going on. It's horrible. It's horrible to watch. It's horrible to see. But he made that speech with that horrible red background. That background might have been worse than the beach. That was a horrible, nasty background. And he talked about MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. And if I would have said, what does MAGA stand for? He has no idea. Make America Great Again, right? He has no idea. If I would say, what does MAGA stand for, Joe? You know what he'd say? And then some guy like Chris Wallace would cut you off if it's a debate. Well, that has nothing to do. I said, no, it does. Remember when I said he got $3.5 million with Chris Wallace? How's he doing lately? Not too good. That debate killed him. But what happened is, I said, how come he got $3.5 million cash from the mayor of Moscow's wife? And Chris Wallace said, he's not allowed to answer that question. I said, I think it has a lot to do. And Joe just stood there hoping that Chris Wallace was going to win that debate. But it's terrible because, you know, they're protected by the fake news media. I was proud to say that the fake news media today had the worst approval rating in the history of fake news. 34%. I don't believe it's 30%. I don't believe it's 34%. I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
No, I don't believe it's 34%.
Ottawa 28.
There's a lot of cameras back
68.
there.
How you doing, Ottawa 2868?
It's amazing what ratings do, isn't it? They don't want to cover me.
Ottawa 2868. Go over to the YouTube channel, Jamie Chapman. Click like and the thumbs up over there because we're over there too. And leave a comment, please and thank you.
But if Trump gets twice the ratings of anyone else, we get about 5 times the ratings. If we get
in Ottawa, where do you stand at on Cheetos? Are you for Cheetos or against Cheetos?
much more people watching, it's amazing the abuse they'll take. But listen, they got the low. And
how do you feel about Cheetos, Jamie? I love them.
Really, because if we had a fair media and honest, but we have the most dishonest.
Don't let
media.
me sway you, though. Don't let my opinion sway you one way or the other.
Right? MSNBC, MSDNC, because it's really a branch of the Democrat National Committee. I saw them the other day. Biden made that horrible speech. The delivery was an F.
Kick.com.
And the content was probably as bad, almost as bad, but the delivery was so bad. And that was it.
I
just want to see what they say. What a great speech that was. Isn't it wonderful to have such a wonderful I said, it's crazy. I remember he made a State of the Union speech. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. Stumbling, mumbling, didn't know where the hell he was. And then CNN, I watched CNN to see. I like to see what they do. They said that was one of the greatest speeches since FDR. You know, FDR was a great speaker, right? He was a great speaker. He sat because of a situation, but he was an elegant, beautiful, elegant, and eloquent. And he was a great speaker, and they show him speaking, and blah, blah, America will be great. We were attacked today. You have to understand, now they showed this guy who can't put together two sentences. And they say, that's one of the finest State of the Union addresses since FDR. And it just drives you wild. Not because of competition, not because of anything. It's just so damn dishonest, let's face it. Let's face it. One of the finest since FDR. At least they didn't say Churchill. Churchill is one of the greats. Yeah, no, he is. He's controlled by people that surround his desk. I believe that. In short, I would say. But in short, Joe Biden has been a nightmare for Israel and for Americans, he's been, I mean, as bad as you could be. But Crooked Joe has been a dream president for radical Islamic terrorists. He's been a dream. He's been a dream, an absolute dream. Look what they built. Look at the power they have. They send thousands and thousands of missiles every night. Where the hell do they get thousands of missiles? Each one is expensive as hell. No, but think of it. They allowed this to happen. Everything Biden has said for many years has been wrong. He's been so bad on foreign policies. His secretaries of states in the various administrations have said he's a disaster. He has terrible instincts, whether regarding the horrible Afghanistan disaster, Ukraine, our completely open southern border. I mean, who would want to have an open border? Or now the attack on Israel. He's been a disaster, but these things never would have happened during the Trump administration. Our once great country is in a giant mess.
Hey, do you
and you just have to take a look at Europe to see what happens if we don't win. You know, Europe is not exactly doing great because when we do badly, they do badly. We are, you know, in theory, the leader of the world, and we're leading so badly. And they don't care and they don't respect us anymore. They respected me when France wanted to put taxes on our businesses. I said, you can't do it. And you know the story. I said, you can't do it. There's no taxes on our businesses. Why are you doing that? He said, Macron, nice guy. You know, look, he's for France. I'm for us. I'm for us. You know how you spell us, right? You spell us, U.S. I just picked that up. Has anyone ever thought of that? I just picked that up. A couple of days I'm reading and it said us. And I said, you know, if you think about it, us equals U.S. Isn't it? Now, if we say something genius, they'll never say it. You know, we get 25, 30, 40, 50, 80,000, 100,000 people to speeches. They've never said Trump's a great speaker. Never said. I've never heard it. I said to my people, do you think they'll ever acknowledge I must be doing okay? Except I'm a very handsome person, so I guess a lot of you want to sit. They want to sit and look at me because I'm so, like a beauty pageant. No, it's amazing. I mean, the other day in Iowa, we had thousands and thousands. You couldn't get them into this big, big room. And Ron DeSanctimonious had like 22 people. And they said, they both spoke. You know, it's like, it's incredible. But in Brussels this month, a radical Islamic terrorist migrant viciously shot and murdered 2 Swedish soccer fans and gravely wounded a third person on the way to a sporting event. He did it for fun. He did it for fun. Didn't know him, did it for fun. In France, a school teacher and father of 3 was savagely butchered in a schoolyard. His throat was slit by an assassin shouting, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. And in London, Berlin, and Amsterdam, mobs of pro-Hamas terrorist sympathizers cheered in the streets for the torture and murder of children. They were cheering for the murder of children. And we have them in this country. I mean, I hate to say it. We have that crazy Talib. We have Talib. Is she crazy? She's crazy. But you have AOC plus 3. I call them AOC plus 3. You have AOC plus 3. And they've changed, and I will say this, they've changed the narrative to a large extent. When you see some of these rallies that are cheering against us and cheering against Israel, think of it, they're cheering like crazy for death to America, for death to Israel. And you wonder what happened to our country over the last 15 years. Very dangerous. This is the sickness and depravity that Joe Biden and his open borders maniacs want to bring to America, and we will not let them do it. We're going to close it up, and we're not going to let them. And if you want to come into the country, you can, but you have to come in legally. You have to come in legally. A vote for Crooked Joe is a vote to turn the United States into a hotbed of jihadists and make our cities into dumping grounds, very much resembling the Gaza Strip. Have you been to the Gaza Strip? A vote for President Trump is a vote to secure the border, and it's a vote to keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. On day 1, I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban. Remember when they said, oh, that's so vicious, but it kept us safe. And it passed in the Supreme Court of the United States. They sued me in every different court. You wouldn't believe it. But on entry from terror-plagued countries and halt all of the refugee settlements to the United States. They want to come in. They want to bring the same people that are shooting rockets at Israel. They want to come into the United States. I don't think a lot of good things are going to happen. And I will implement strong ideological screening of all immigrants. If you hate America, if you want to abolish Israel, if you don't like our religion, which a lot of them don't, if you sympathize with jihadists, then we don't want you in our country, and you are not getting in. All right? We don't want you. Get out of here. You're fired. Unbelievably, Ron DeSanctimonious, his campaign, which is dying like a falling bird from the sky. Did you ever see a campaign that was so bad as this one? Well, you need some personality, you know. You can be a politician, but you got to have a little personality to go along with it. He's dying. I also got him elected, and he forgot about it, you know. That guy was so dead. I said, Ron, George Washington coming back from the dead couldn't save you. He said, sir, you're very popular in Florida. If you go and endorse me, I'll win. I said, I don't know. Maybe Lincoln, Washington together could help, but I don't think so anyway. But I gave it a shot, because I knew him just a little bit. I didn't even know him well, but he was one of the 150 congressmen that would be on television always fighting against impeachment hoax number 1 and impeachment hoax number 2 and other various and sundry other, hoaxes and scams and scams and shams. And so he would spend, so I said, all right, look, let's give it a shot. And he went like a rocket ship. And the guy was winning by 40 points or something. He was the Secretary of Agriculture, nice guy. But I didn't know him, so I didn't feel guilty. I didn't know him. I knew Ron a little bit. So I endorsed Ron, and he went through the roof, and he won. He ended up winning the primary in a landslide. Then he couldn't beat the crackhead that he was running against. And he was getting very bad poll numbers. I said, let's do a couple of rallies because they like me in Florida and I like the people of Florida. And we did some rallies, and they were massive rallies. And I said, you're going to win. I don't think so, sir. Because the guy that he was running against, you know who I'm talking about, he was him and Stacey Abrams. They were the biggest female in the party, the biggest male in the party, biggest meaning politically. Okay, biggest male in the party. He was going to be president. They said, he'll be president someday. He's a good-looking guy. But he didn't do too well. And Ron just beat him. But he only beat him because of the rallies.
How you doing?
And then 4 years later, they said, will you run against President Trump? He said, I have no comment. He said, no comment. That means he's running, right? No comment. This guy has no comment. You know what? That means he's a bad seed. That means he's not loyal. There's no loyalty. I did a lot for Florida because of Florida more than him, but I did a lot for Florida. I gave them tremendous money when they have the hurricanes. I always made sure it was there right away and all the different things. I love Florida. I do it for you, too. I do it for everybody. But when you get somebody in office, that wasn't like I helped him. That was like he was dead. He was at 3% or something. He failed. And the only thing he was successful on is getting me to endorse him. When I endorsed him, he went through the roof. But 4 years later, he totally forgot. So he's a bad seed. So I hit him rather hard. And now he is, as I say, like a wounded and very badly hurt birdie falling to the ground. And the campaign rapidly opposed my call for tough ideological screening on all foreign nationals. He was totally against it. 2 days later, Ron DeSantis flip-flopped and plagiarized my entire plan, just like Bird Brain, the flip-flopped. Who's Bird Brain? Does anybody know who Bird Brain is? Yes, everybody. That name is sort of stuck. Someday I'll tell you why. She said, I will never vote against President Trump. I will never run against President. Remember? Leaving the White House. He's one of the greatest presidents in our history. I would never run against him. 15 seconds later, I'll be announcing my run for president. Where do these people come from? And she's not doing well, and he's not doing well. Frankly, nobody's doing well except us. We're the only ones doing well. But she flip-flopped. Last week you saw that disaster after proposing to flood America with refugees from Gaza. Oh, that sounds like a wonderful idea, doesn't it? So DeSantis and Birdbrain are too weak and too timid and politically. We need people that are going to defend our country. Our country is in trouble. We need people that are going to defend our country. And I'm the only candidate who says it with relish. I say it with pride. We will put all of us together, but I will be the leader on this. Put America first. We're going to put America first. Very simple. Biden puts America last. Under Biden, 270,000 illegal aliens were detected charging across our border. It's like an invasion. In September alone, it's a record. Nobody's ever seen it. 270,000. It's larger than most cities. Millions have infiltrated since he took office. I believe the real number is 15 million people. You know, you hear 3, 4, 5 sometimes. I believe the number is 15 million. Many are terrorists. Many of them are terrorists. Other countries are emptying out their prisons, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They say, please, sir, please don't use the name insane asylum. That's Silence of the Lambs stuff, you know? Hannibal Lecter was from an insane asylum. They said, sir, that's very tough. Of course, it's true, right? Yes, it's true, but it's a very tough. I said, then I'll say it if it's true. They're emptying out their mental institutions, insane asylums, their prisons, and their jails. And you have many, many thousands of terrorists pouring into our country. And I'll tell you, does anybody want to hear the snake? Because, you know, we have it. And people, they always want to hear the snake. But I love it. I think it's so emblematic of what we're going through. Because we're allowing people in our country that are going to do great harm to us someday. And we're going to get them the hell out. We're going to have the largest deportation effort you've ever seen. But I'll do it because I heard somebody just scream out, could we have the snake, sir? Said, have you heard it before? Yes, maybe 10 times. But a lot of, who hasn't heard the snake? Okay, good. You know, it's like 25% of the room. So what it is it represents people coming into our country, the wrong people. Many of the people coming in, I would say a majority, because these countries, I know the presidents, the prime ministers, I know the dictators, I know they're all very street smart people. They're not sending their good people. They're sending others. But they are emptying out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions, and they're coming into our country. We're like a dumping ground.
He said he needs fuel down there for that excavation.
And we are going to be suffering for a long time, but we're going to get them the hell out of here. We have no choice, because no country can sustain this. Forgetting about just the crime danger, which is tremendous. You see what they're doing to the cities, what they're doing. They're ravaging the cities. And you know, these cities, some of these liberal guys, they're all liberal Democrats running the cities, and it's incredible. They're putting them in luxury hotels. They're putting them in the finest hotels in the world. And our veterans are sleeping out on the street, dying, okay? So this is very emblematic, and we'll go and just have a little fun with it. What's fun about something so bad? But we got to make the best of where we are. Because in November of next year, we have to win that election. We can't play games. And you're going to go to those polls, and you're going to make sure you don't see boxes pouring in and votes pouring in and people with wheelbarrows carrying votes all over the place. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried. I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, "Thank you, ma'am," the snake gave her a vicious bite. "Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. "I saved you," cried the woman, "and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die." "Shut up, silly woman," said the reptile with a grin. "You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in." Right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? We know what we're getting. The prisons, the mental institutions. When it happens, you're going to remember the snake. We don't get in, we're not going to have a country. Let me tell you, we're not going to have a country. So we have to get in. We have no choice. Upon my inauguration, it's our inauguration, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. It's no wonder the far-left lunatics are getting desperate to stop our movement by any means necessary. Do you ever see where they say, "We want to run against Trump"? These are disinformation, misinformation people. Very small difference, but I'll give them both. Disinformation, misinformation. Every poll has me leading Biden by a lot. Leading the Republicans by 60 points, but leading Biden by a lot. In fact, the Washington Post had me leading by 10 or 11 points, and they said, "We think this might be an outlier." They couldn't believe it. They spent a fortune on a poll, and it says Trump is leading, which they don't like to hear. I don't even know why. Why? What do we want? Low taxes, great schools, great security, great military, great this. Why wouldn't they want us, okay? Everything's the opposite. We want strong borders. Everything is the opposite, so you almost wonder why. I mean, unless they just want our country to be destroyed. But think of it, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Everybody should be for this. We want great education. Look at interest rates. Your interest rates now, you can't get any money. Anybody trying to buy a house, you're trying to buy a house, don't bother. Because you can't, the banks don't give you money. They don't have money, a lot of them. And the interest rate's over 8%. And I had it at 2.3% for a long time, too. Remember, I had a jawbone, the Federal Reserve. I had a jawbone, that guy. But crooked Joe Biden and the radical left have weaponized law enforcement to arrest their leading political opponent. Nothing like that's ever happened before. This is high-level election interference. They want to damage me so that when you go to the poll, well, I don't know. And it happens a little bit like these maniacs back there. Trump is facing indictment. This is a Biden indictment. This was done by the Biden White House. This is not an indictment. This is a Biden. I challenge the election. I challenge. And we're releasing proof more and more. I want this to go. I want that challenge to go because they don't have a chance of winning. Think of it. Think of it. We challenge the election. Every Democrat challenged the 2016 election. We challenge the election, and they indict you for that. Biden has boxes by the thousands, that he wasn't president, so he wasn't covered by the Presidential Records Act. That's meant for this. I did nothing wrong at all. In fact, my boxes, it was secure. Everything was good. This guy, he sent them to Chinatown, to Penn, to Delaware, to all of them. He had some by the Corvette in his garage, which was leaking with a garage door. You could cut those doors open with a scissor. They're the kind of door, you buy them for like $200 on television, right? That's the door security. And Biden had a son who happened to be in that house. He stayed in that house. But you know where they had they had a lot of them? In a place called Chinatown. A lot of boxes were in Chinatown, and now it turns out that they moved in and out of Chinatown. And, when you see what they do, it's just terrible. But it's, that's a two-way street. That's a dangerous thing they've unleashed, a really dangerous thing. I wonder if my father would be proud. I got indicted 4 times in the last 12 minutes. I heard we were getting 2 more, but I heard the DOJ called, "No, don't do it," because we've gone up in the polls every time I got indicted. Because the people understand it. Don't do it! No more. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't indict that son of a bitch. Don't indict him anymore. This is killing us. We're going to indict him right into the White House. Don't do it. Stop it. Stop it. Enough. 4 is enough. The legendary Alphonse Capone. Did anybody ever hear? He would take a tough guy like these two guys up here. He'd slap them around. He'd shoot him if he didn't like him. If he gave him a dirty look, right? He'd shoot him right through the head. Alphonse Capone only got indicted once, right? I got indicted 4 times. And he didn't go to the Wharton School of Finance, right? I got indicted 4 times. But this is high-level election interference, and it's happening for a single reason, because I'm the only candidate they cannot run against. Look, the other candidates say, oh, well, we want to run because we can win. Every poll has DeSantis getting killed, Bird Brain getting killed. They're all getting killed. Every one of them is getting killed. And I'm leading by 10, 14, 12, 9, 4, 2, but I'm leading by a lot. So what they say is, we want to run against Trump. We're dying to run against Trump. Well, if they were dying to run, they wouldn't be indicting me 4 times. They wouldn't be working with the local DA and the local AGs. The beauty from this great AG from New York. She's a real beauty, that one. In the new Emerson poll. No, but when you want to run against somebody, you don't indict him. You say, oh, please, we want to run. Everything with them is a lie. It's all disinformation. In the new Emerson poll, we're leading the Republican primary field by 51 points. With Trump at 59, DeSanctimonious and Bird Brain now are tied at 8. So they're tied. And in the general, we're beating Crooked Joe by a tremendous amount, like 12 points. A friend of mine who's not that political said, I can't understand. How come you're only leading by 12 against that guy? But they have unions, although I think the unions are going to be voting for me, frankly, because I think the unions have had it. But they have, traditionally, they've had the union vote. They have civil service. They have a big welfare vote. They have they start off with a very high base, very, very high base. That's good. Thank you very much. That's very nice. He's a brave person. That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you. But we're trouncing everybody, and the radical left Democrats, they rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to let them rig the presidential election of 2024. We're not going to allow it. Look what happened to our country. And Washington, D.C., our capital, Washington, D.C. has become a dirty, crime-ridden death trap that must be taken over and properly run with kid gloves and beautiful and stack it with money and clean it and fix it. I see marble that's got graffiti all over it, and what a horrible, dirty roads. 6 months, you'd see containers of McDonald's where the container is 6 months old. Cars have been riding on it. Water's been raining on it. And stuff has been laying on the ground. It's 2 inches thick. It's disgusting what's happened. It will be a part of my election. It has been a part of my election platform. I used to run when I was would go out, see somebody, would go to a visit or would go to the airport or something. And every time I rode through, my eyes are watching the medians. Like, you got to fix that median. That median's been broken now for a month. You got to this. I'm gonna give you my personal email. Why is there paper? They'd have people coming after me, and I'd say, you got to clean that. You got to paint that. You got to take the graffiti off of the Lincoln. I'll tell you what. You look at the Lincoln Memorial where I go up there and they have graffiti on it. I said, I want that thing cleaned immediately. Immediately. They want to rip down the Jefferson Memorial. But I would have very open eyes. Being in real estate, I always kept clean properties. I like clean, well-run. Tippy-top, we say. Tippy-top. We want them to be tippy-top.
Right, that first one I'm seeing you, that's
the opposite
mine.
of tippy-top. It's a shit house. Horrible. It's horrible. It's so horrible. Our parks are littered and dirty and disgusting. And many, many homeless are living there. We have to take care of our homeless. We have to get them out. This is the capital of, in theory, it should be the capital of the world. It's no longer the capital of the world, but it will be again. Will be again. We want it clean, we want it beautiful, and we want it safe. Last night, 2 people were shot, and that was a good night, okay? Every day, people are being shot, they're being killed, they're being badly hurt in good neighborhoods. In good neighborhoods. We're going to end that.
No,
when they started ripping down monuments or trying to rip down monuments, I found an old statute, and I signed it immediately and had a news conference, and it said, if you touch a monument, if you do anything to destroy or hurt a monument, even if you don't do it, but you're trying to do it, you get 10 years in jail, effective immediately. And as soon as I did that, everything stopped. Everything stopped. I took over a mess. They even wanted to rip down a Lincoln statue. You know, Lincoln freed the slaves. Lincoln was a great man. He was a great president. George Washington, they don't like him either. In California, they have many schools that were named Washington High School. Many of those names have been removed.
Contact him in the morning. What time?
What's happening?
Yeah, 4:45.
But we will make the
I'll start calling him in the morning.
Magnificent, more beautiful than it was. We're going to make it more beautiful than it was. I look at the sidewalks. The sidewalks are all cracked and dirty, and yet we spend hundreds of billions of dollars. We spend trillions of dollars giving that money to foreign countries, and we don't even know where it goes.
You're going to take Nana over there Thursday and look at that.
You see these beautiful 400-foot yachts
I'm waiting on him to call me today.
Someday. How did he make so much money? Let's not talk about it. You'll see what's going to happen. But our sidewalks are broken. Our roads are disgusting. You have asphalt that hasn't been changed in 15 years, and it's in our big, beautiful streets with names on them. Pennsylvania Avenue. I did a hotel there, a great hotel. It was a big success. It was a great thing. I did it, and I sold it at the right time, obviously, because people aren't buying hotels there right now.
But that's like a
people
respect
aren't
thing.
visiting there right now. It's too dangerous. We have a capital that if you go there, you get shot. And we're not going to have that anymore. So we're taking over. And with this in mind, there's no way I can get a fair trial. You know, I'm supposed to be getting, because Donald Trump challenged the election. So let's put him in jail for the rest of his life, okay? Even though it was a crooked election. Do you ever know they only go after the people that challenge the results of the election? They don't go after the people that cheated. Those people are free. Those people have no problem. If you want to challenge the result of an election, they hound you. Look what happened this weekend with two good people. They hound them and they scare them, but we don't get scared. We don't get scared. I'll tell you what, I don't mind being Nelson Mandela because I'm doing it for a reason. I'm doing it for a reason. We're doing it for a reason. We got to save our country from these fascists, these lunatics that we're dealing with. They're horrible people, and they're destroying our country. I talk about threats from within, threats from outside. The threats from within, in my opinion, are far more dangerous than the threats of China and Russia. Because if you're smart and you know how to deal, you can hold China and Russia and North Korea. Look at the relationship. North Korea, who's now acting up again, but I had a great relationship. We were not in any danger. If you have a smart person, if you have the right person as president, they are not threats. You can get them to do things, you can get them to spit on tops. But these sick people from inside our country, these fascists and these Marxists and these communists, remember I said, we will never have a nation that's socialistic, right? We will never be a socialistic nation. Ever. I said it at the State of the Union, and everybody applauded, but I was wrong. It's one of the only things. Did you ever see where they say Trump was right about everything? I was wrong. We didn't stop at socialism. We went right to communism, Marxism, fascism. We never stopped. So I say that was wrong because we're not socialistic. Right now, when they start playing with your elections and trying to arrest their political opponent, I mean, I can do that too. I can, if I win, which I hope we do because we're not going to have a country, but if I win, I could then say, I don't know, this guy, this Democrat's doing great. I don't like the poll numbers. Attorney General, come down, arrest that guy, will you please? Give him a subpoena. Indict him. That's the end of him. This is the first time in history that somebody's been indicted and his poll numbers have gone up. When you get indicted, it's true, because the people understand it's bullshit. It's bullshit. They understand it.
Bullshit.
No, they understand it. But if you're more of a normal politician, let's say you're a normal, and you're a congressman, you're a senator, you're anything, You don't have a big voice. We all have a big voice, so I can explain what it is and you can make your own determination. And by the way, even the lawyers say these indictments are, it's ridiculous. But I could say to my attorney general, indict the guy that I'm running against because he's killing me in the polls. And generally speaking, that guy's gone. He's out of politics. I've seen it 100 times where a man gets indicted, he's a congressman or something, and he goes to the mic within 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be leaving to defend my honor, and I will be spending a lot of time with my family. I will be spending great amounts of time. I love my family and my wife so much. I will be spending great amounts, and I will fight for justice. And that's the end of him. You never hear from him again. You don't know what the hell even happened. Nobody ever checks. But with me, we took the opposite approach. We exposed them for being lunatics and being horrible people. But we can do, they've unleashed something, and it's a very bad thing. It's very dangerous what they do. Fannie Willis in Atlanta. People say, what was the crime? The DA, they say there's no crime in New York, which is, by the way, controlled by the DOJ. They took their top guy in the DOJ and put him into the DA's office. How the hell would you like my life? Would you like my life? Well, I have to go home. Darling, I'd like to explain something. First lady, she sends her regards, by the way. Darling, I had a rough day at the office today, darling. I love you very much. I got indicted. And next week I'll be indicted again, and the following week again, and then again, and again, and again.
Hey.
I have to call up Ivanka. Ivanka, hi,
What's
honey,
up?
how you doing? Great, Dad. How's it going? Well, I got indicted at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Oh, that's not good. I said, no, it's not. How would you like this, though? Seriously, it's a terrible thing, and I try and take the light side of it, but it's a very bad thing for the country. It's very dangerous.
What?
Very, very dangerous. And think of it, got indicted. Every one of them is just too ridiculous. But think of it. Thank you. Because if I said it twice, I get in trouble. But think of it. Got indicted for stuff that they've been doing for years. Do you ever hear Maxine Waters and these people talk? The way they talk, we're going to this and we're going to that. I won't even say what she says. Because you know what they'll do? They'll say, I said it. They'll take the Maxine Waters off and they'll just have me say what she said.
That'll be fine. Just be over in the morning.
But that's what they do because they're fake news. But did you ever hear some of these people talking about
that's good.
viciousness? When you see them in a restaurant, you go in there and you know what you do to them, right? If I ever did that,
I ain't gonna tell
if I ever
Craig.
did that, problems. And then remember when Biden, I'd like to take him to the back of the barn. I dream of that.
Huh?
You know what I do with him? Oh, I do.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I'd hit him right in that fake nose. That fake nose. They'd have plastic lying all over the floor.
All right.
But I don't want to say that. So when he says it, they say, oh, he said. Remember when he was doing that? I'd like to take him to the back of the barn. You know what you do?
I need
you
to,
just look at him and you go like this.
What you gonna do with that dozer?
But so he can say that, and they say, oh, did you hear
I might
him?
need a dozer.
If I said it, they'd say I was violent. I was violent. There's two standards of justice. It's a very bad thing.
I don't know. I gotta
It's a
see what they're gonna do
unsafe
down
thing
here.
for our country. Very bad thing for our country. And the fake
I gotta see what they're gonna do down here.
fraud case as an example against me, brought by the corrupt.
No, not
Attorney
right now.
General
I
of
sent them
New
some
York
pictures
State,
this morning. I gotta see what they're gonna do.
Peekaboo James. And New York State has become very sadly, look, I love New York. I love it so much, but it's become a crime-infested place. Crime-infested, filthy, dirty. The job they do is horrible.
Yeah.
Where people and businesses are fleeing to other states in record numbers. It's her and I have a highly partisan judge.
All right, well, I'll holler at you in the morning, man.
And he's been overturned
All right.
many
All right, bye.
times by the appellate courts. And he defrauded me. They defrauded me because I have a house that's very valuable, and they try and make it like I'm increasing values. And honestly, it's a very conservative number, but they valued a house that's worth 100 times more than the number they use. Let's say 50 to 100. They valued it at $18 million, and people say it's worth anywhere from 50 to 100, and maybe even that more. They defrauded me, and he called me a fraud, before I even got to court. I said, how
Sky
the hell
News.
can a guy do that? Called me a fraud before I got to court. So my assets are worth much more than listed on the 100% disclaimed financial. You know what a disclaimer is? You have a
So they're
clause
saying
up front.
Vladimir had
It
a
says,
heart
do
attack.
not believe these statements. They were made by management. They may be high, they may be low, they may be this. But do your own due diligence, do
Would've
your
ran
own
because of
research,
this
do
weak,
everything.
bald,
Do
old,
not believe a
cowardly,
word
dead
in
man walking
them.
guy.
So we have,
They're already
number
shooting
one,
at us.
statements that are
I
worth,
apologize. I had to
that
go
are,
to
the
the
financial
situation.
statements
I've
are
never had to
less
deal with.
than the actual values by a lot, by a tremendous amount. That's number one. They said it was just the opposite. She campaigned, I will.
What do you say?
Thank you. See, I apologize. I have to go to the situation with another issue. I have to deal. Thank you. See, I apologize. I have to go to the situation with another issue. I have to deal. Thank you. See,
Well, these are things Drizzy's sending me. Breaking live video of Hamas releasing 2 prisoners. I can't hear it.
It's okay, let's go. It's okay, let's go. Yes. You go with this one. Okay. You go with this lady, I'll go with the other one.
Drizzy said that's classified. I don't know where Drizzy's getting this shit at. Several bases operated by U.S. forces in eastern Syria have reportedly been attacked by drones within the last hour. This is almost surely once again the Islamic resistance in Iraq. What video? Who is it? Yeah, we played the prisoner release one. Trying to get Trump finished up so I can get up out of here. I got to go down yonder.
The first night I'm in there, I get a call at 3 o'clock in the morning. Sir, there's a colonel on from Iraq, and he'd like permission to wipe out a nest of very bad people. I said, does this happen often? Yeah, no, Obama wanted them to call because sometimes they wouldn't give permission, sometimes they would. But I said, let me ask you, Colonel, where did you go to school? Sir, I went to school at West Point. And you studied military and you're really good at it. Yes, sir, I'm good at it. I'm a warrior, sir. And then I speak to other people too, a captain, a lieutenant. You know, they were calling and I talked to them. I said, where'd you go? I went to West Point, sir. Or I went to Annapolis sometimes along the shore. They had such incredible weapons. Now, I went to Annapolis, sir. I was first in my class. I said, wouldn't you be better off making a determination as to what we do with these people? Yes, sir. Anyway, I gave them the right to make their own determination.
Make their own decision.
Which is, and within a period of 4 weeks, it was over. It was over. We also had somebody that, you've heard that story, but General Kane, Raising Kane. But let me just tell you, we have a great military. They're trying to turn them woke. It's not going to happen. But we have a great military, and it's really worked. But, you know, we had some bad leaders recently. We had leaders that are, I call them television generals. But we have great generals there. We have great admirals. We have great people. We have, you know, I rebuilt the entire military. We rebuilt a lot of the military. And sad that we had to give 85 billion of it, which is actually, believe it or not, a small chunk, but we had to give 85 billion to the Taliban. Do you know that the Taliban now is the second largest seller of military equipment in the world? They're selling the 700,000, because they don't need 700,000, they probably need 10,000 guns and rifles. 70,000 trucks. If anybody owns a beautiful used car lot in New Hampshire, if you have probably 200, it's a lot. That the inventory is too big, you're doing something wrong. 70,000 trucks and cars and vehicles, many of them armor-plated, many of them costing over $1 million each. We left it all behind because we're stupid. We left it all behind. And then we left Bagram because I was getting them out. I'm the one that got it down to 2,500 soldiers. But the one thing I was doing, we were keeping Bagram. It's one of the biggest Air Force bases in the world. Cost us billions and billions of dollars years ago. Billions and billions years ago. It's got runways that are 20,000 feet long, which is the biggest and the strongest. Could land anything on them. And I was going to keep that, not because of Afghanistan. I was keeping that because they're 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear missiles, right? And you know who has that Air Force base now? China. China! Together we saved America once before, but we will save America again, and again, we're going to make it better than it ever was. And here are just some
that girl
of
with
what
the
we will
coconut?
do when
I mean,
we
the
become the 42nd
pineapple.
president of the United States.
What is she doing with that
Before
pineapple,
I even
Drizzy?
arrive at the Oval Office shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. Look, that's a war that would have never taken place. Putin would have never done it. Would have never done it. It'll be done very quickly. The United States must also build a state-of-the-art missile defense shield. Look, we got to have a missile defense shield. We got all these maniacs in all these countries, not only countries, big countries where you can talk and, you know, they have a lot to lose also, but you have people getting nuclear missiles. I wanted to stop that. We had it stopped with Iran. We have to have a shield. I want to build a shield around our country. And these shields work. Frankly, if Israel didn't have a shield, you wouldn't have Israel today. You wouldn't have. They stop thousands of rockets a week. But we have to build a much more sophisticated shield, and it's going to be made right here in the USA, so it's not all bad. And a lot of it's going to be made in New Hampshire. A lot of it's made in New Hampshire. We're going to have a nice big shield. And for years, American taxpayers have bankrolled space-age missile defense system to protect foreign nations. We do these incredible things.
Who's that girl with the pineapple?
Nations. We have very little ammunition now. How about Biden a couple of months ago says, we have a problem. We have very little ammunition. Can you imagine? Let's assume that's true. It is true. But who would say that? You don't say that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have communist China and we have Russia that hate us. I want to say right now we have very little ammunition. He actually said we have very little. Even if it's true, number one, we shouldn't have been in that position. But we have given so much ammunition to other countries, and particularly Ukraine. We don't have any ammunition. These people, well, it's like the guy I told you about. Well, you'll be making a lot of our ammunition. We had so much ammunition, we were blowing it into warehouses. We were taking warehouses all over the country, storing our ammunition. We had so much ammunition, and now we have very little. Just like in the strategic reserves, we have very little gas. Under my leadership, we will once again protect our own people with our own missile defense system capable of blasting China, Russia, Iranian missiles out of the sky. And we will, in addition, have offensive weapons that will be second to none. We'll have the greatest weaponry. We have the best people. You know, Russia stole we call them the super dupers, right? They go super fast. They stole that during the Obama administration. They stole the plans. It was all very highly classified. They stole the plans and they built it. Americans deserve an Iron Dome, and that's what we're going to have. We're going to have an Iron Dome around our country. And we'll save a fortune because a lot of countries that we protect, number one, they can't stand us. Number two, they don't deserve protection. The money we waste is incredible. I will end Joe Biden's inflation disaster, and we will quickly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world. Very quickly. It's going to go fast. Get ready. And unlike the sanctimonious who voted to gut Medicare and Social Security and voted 3 times to raise the retirement age to 70, I will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors. We're not going to be raising ages. like you. We have so many other things we can do, like, as an example, utilize what's under our feet, liquid gold. We're going to make so much money with our liquid gold. We were all set, and we were starting to do it. We were energy independent. Within 6 months, we were going to be energy dominant all over the world. And this guy stopped it. On day one, I will repeal Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate. Everybody has to have an electric car. Under a Trump administration, gasoline-powered engines will be allowed, but child sexual mutilation will be banned. Yeah. Can you imagine having to say that?
Yeah, you imagine having to say that nowadays?
Can you imagine having to say it? Can you imagine 15 years ago if you had a politician, can you believe I'm a politician? I got to say I'm a politician, I guess. But can you imagine you had somebody up here running for office and you said, we're going to ban child sexual mutilation. People would say, is this guy crazy? Of course so. Or we're going to give parental rights back in our schools. Who would think they've taken it away? They're arresting parents. They're arresting parents. I will also sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and any other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. Is that okay? Crazy. You ever see some of the records that are being broken? Records that were good for 18 years, and now they're being obliterated. Yeah, weightlifter. He says, do it. But can you imagine weightlifting records being broken by 150 pounds? They'd put an ounce on each side, 1 ounce. They'd put another ounce on the other side. They'd try. They couldn't do it. A guy comes along. Have you lifted before? No, not really. Bing. It's terrible. The swimming. Look at the swimming records, right? The swimming records are being shattered. And you know, it's very demeaning to women what's taking place here, but. And people are afraid to talk about it. Even like the swimmers on the swimming team I was watching, I'd rather not. They're afraid to talk about it. This is like fascism. This is crazy. They're afraid to talk about it. But we'll get rid of men in women's sports. That's not happening. Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully uphold our Second Amendment. And we will restore free speech in America. Free speech. And along with our borders, probably the most important thing of all, we will secure our elections. Because if you don't have borders and if you don't have fair elections, this country will not survive. No country can. Our goal will be one day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. But until then, Republicans, you have to get out in November. We have to do it twice a year. In January, we're going to do that. We're going to win the primary big. But we have to get out in November. We can't let them cheat. The only way they beat us is going to be if they cheat. They can't beat us otherwise. They don't have the votes. And we don't want to see those votes get manipulated. We don't want to get... The biggest problem, you know, they're all saying about don't vote on Tuesday, vote early. No. The biggest problem is they make fake ballots, okay? That's the biggest problem. And a lot of Republicans are very naive when they don't say that. They say, vote early, we want to build... No. The big problem we have to do, we got to stop fake ballots from being made. And if we don't do that, this country's in damn big trouble. This is what we must do in conclusion to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Israel is under attack. Our economy is cratering. You know it very well up here. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea have formed together as a menacing and very destructive coalition. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be the greatest defeat of our nation in over 200 years.
Not yet. Just about.
And that's happening the way it's going right now with all this money.
Well, I'm finna wrap it up after this, Conchi, so I got to go down and check on that estimator.
Handed to everybody for Green New Deal. Green New Deal's going to put you out of business. Just ask Germany, ask other countries that have gone a little bit that way. They're all building coal plants now because they were dying. They were going to die. It won't happen with me. Not
Joe
even a
Trump,
chance.
2024.
Just like Russia would never have invaded Ukraine, and China would not be even having a thought about raiding Taiwan. They were never talking about it. Russia was never talking about it. You know, people say, well, how do we know? Because for 4 years it wasn't happening, and it never would have happened with Putin, or it wouldn't have happened. President Xi would have never done it. Kim Jong-un of North Korea has tremendous nuclear capability. Everybody felt safe when I was president. I got along with him. You would have had a nuclear war if crooked Hillary was there. You would have had a nuclear war, the likes of which you've never seen. And by the way, he's getting very anxious again. He thinks Biden is a total, I won't tell you the word he used, but a very bad word. And you better be careful. And we would have left Afghanistan with dignity and strength instead of the greatest embarrassment in our history. I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of the United States. And you notice the way the fake news never talks about it anymore. They don't want to talk about it. If you took the 10 worst presidents, I used to say 5, remember? Right? Front row Joe remembers it was always 5, right? I've made it 10. Do you agree? I think I could probably make it 20. I think I could make it 20. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. I mean that. Look at what he's done with inflation, with the economy, with Israel, with everything, with Ukraine. We're a failing nation. Remember what Viktor Orban said, bring Trump back, everything will be good. And he's the toughest, possibly, I don't want to insult the others, but let's say he's the smartest or right there. He said, bring Trump back. Forget about this guy. Bring Trump back and you'll have peace. And he was talking about the world. He said the whole world is exploding. You look at what's going on. The whole world is exploding. We're a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we can't let that happen. If you want to save America from crooked Joe Biden, then get every patriot you know and get them out to deliver a massive victory in the New Hampshire primary first. First we do that. And you wouldn't be first, as I said before. I got to drum it because sometimes a few of the people here, I know a couple of them, especially some of the media, I want to drum it. They'll never write it anyway. But you would not be first if it wasn't for me. But we want you to join our campaign, work with Steve and Corey and everybody. Join our campaign by visiting nh.donaldjtrump.com or text Trump to 88022. Okay? 88022. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers, those horrible warmongers from our government. Those stupid, stupid people. They love seeing people die. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. They really hate our country. We will rout the fake news media right back there. We're going to rout them because they've got to learn. You know, they're doing very poorly. They're all going out of business because nobody trusts them. Nobody believes it anymore. I believe it. If they could help us straighten out this country so fast, if we had an honest press, which we don't, if we had an honest press, they are truly the enemy of the people. We will evict Joe Biden from the White House, and we will finish the job once and for all. We're going to make our country greater than ever before. We have a big, big advantage over everybody because we have what's under our feet. You know what I mean? The liquid gold. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. Will be forgotten no longer. You haven't been forgotten. With your help, your love and your vote, we will put America first, and we will
Frank.
very simply make America great again. Thank you, New Hampshire.
Thank
God
you, New
bless you
Hampshire.
all. It's been a great honor to be with you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. All right, there, fellas.
That worries me, I have to tell you. I think that's a signal, and I hope to,
Stanley Kubrick. Here's your daily
Received her
moment.
second dose of the Pfizer COVID vaccine. As a
Government health authorities
participant
don't care about you,
in the
don't want to
clinical
help you,
trial
and want you silenced and censored if you speak out against them.
for 12
And
to
they're
15
criminal
year
rack.
olds.
This is what they did to us.
Volunteered and were excited to participate in the trial as a way to help us all return to normal life.
That's what they did to you.
I'm just on the way, guys. I'm getting me double jab. I'm getting me last injection, so I'm now clean.
Dave Courtney found dead at home in Plumstead, southeast London. Statement said he had taken his own life. I'm germ-free and double
No
jab.
germs. Anyone want to come up and give me a shave, a cuddle, a kiss? I'm germ-free. Double jabbed. I'm just on the way, guys. I'm getting me double jab. I'm getting me last injection, so I'm now clean. No
Gangster
germs.
turned
Anyone
actor.
want to come up and give me a shave, a cuddle, a kiss? I'm germ-free.
You're dead now. It says you're dead. I don't know. Today is 46. Get all your Q posts at qclock.com. Travis Mann is very important. What is SpaceX? The world cannot swallow the truth. Bottom left corner. George Soros' $25 billion woke empire closes office worldwide and cuts off 40% of his staff. October 23rd, 2023. October 23rd, 2023. We're sincerely appreciative for your kind words and appreciation. It means more to you know each one. Read in full. We are in this together. Where we go one, we go one. Where we go one, we go all. 2018 will be glorious. God bless. Realize Soros. There are more good people than bad. The wizards and warlocks inside term will not allow another satanic evil piece of shit to control our country. Realize Soros, Clintons, Obama, Putin, etc. are all controlled by three families. The fourth was removed post-Trump's victory. Podesta indicted, Huma indicted. Deep cleaning is occurring and the prevention and defense of pure evil is occurring on a daily basis. They never thought they were going to lose control. Soros is targeted. 1022, we don't say his name. Adios. Who posts on X? AF posts, Islamic resistance in Iraq takes credit for attacks on U.S. military bases in Syria. The Mujahideen of the Islamic resistance in Iraq targeted 2 American occupation bases in Syria, Aqwal al-Amar and al-Shadini, with drones and directly hit their targets. U.S. munitions running low. Some 155 millimeter munitions have been withdrawn from U.S. war reserve stockpile in Israel to replenish U.S. stocks in Europe. Much of that has now been redirected and provided to the IDF. Flat Earth, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, dear. This is David. How are you?
How you doing there, Derek?
All right. Well, this call is about Medicaid plans. You know, Medicaid has announced some additional benefits like up to $300 groceries and
Army ants venture out. They typically form a
Yeah.
long line, with the leading ants releasing.
No, I ain't got it. I'm only 16 years old. How old you got to be to get Medicare and Medicaid?
Pheromones to guide others. However, if the line is too long or if it gets disturbed, chaos ensues. The transmission of the pheromones is disrupted, causing ants to lose their sense of direction. As they wander aimlessly, they might collide with other ants, further confusing the pheromone trails. If some ants start circling and lay down a continuous pheromone trail, something terrible happens. More and more ants start following this loop. As the number of ants on this path increases, the more pheromones are produced, attracting even more ants into the loop, eventually creating a death spiral. Even if you try to escape, you'd be bound by the pheromones from others, leaving you with no option but to follow until death. Doesn't it send shivers down your spine? If every individual lacks independent thinking and blindly follows the crowd, we also can end up in a death spiral. It seems like we are moving forward, but we are actually keep circling around until death.
All right, there, fellas. We finna wrap this up. Go to the. Got to go down there and check on that thing. It was like pregnant people, laboring person, and birth giver from state government. We're just getting started.
We got a whole crew.
So they're getting rid of the woke language. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wonder who was on that plane. Break out the fire hose.
Una avioneta.
Damn. 4 years of test drone voice change. Mud flood, vast uninhabited Tartarian cities were discovered.
In muddy streets. This is not the result of overexposure. You can even see the mud-flooded layers here in St. Petersburg. But if this was overexposure for the cameras at the time, why is there not a single blur in the street? Not a single fruit stand, an idle horse carriage, nothing. The only thing you see showing any life here are the ships. Somehow they have no problem capturing their motion, but the rest of the city is empty. And the same can be found the world over. In San Francisco, we get this eerie panorama of, again, the same empty, muddy, and abandoned streets. Not a horse carriage idly parked, not a blur, not a fruit stand, not a piece of debris. These are the empty cities, yet to be repopulated from the orphan trains and the orphan asylums, ready to be repopulated after the mud flood. If you would like to argue camera exposure, I have many, many photos from the same time period and even earlier,
Robbie!
Showing large crowds moving through the streets. No problem picking them up. Here you just have completely empty and abandoned cities, with, of course, the whited out skies to go along with them. History is nothing more than a set of lies agreed upon, set of lies they agreed upon. Question everything, friends.
Question everything, friends. Stay thirsty.
I love you, Dad, but I'm the son you wish you didn't have. Writing my pain on these pages and pushing it out of my mind so I can smile and
Hello.
say, everything's fine.
Hello. Gonna get hung up on.
They cry in the dark, so you can't see the tears. They hide in the light, so you can't see the fears. Forgive and forget all the while. Love and pain become one and the same in the eyes of a wounded child. Because
Hell. Hell is for children.
and you know that their bitter lives can become such a mess.
Hell. Hell is for children.
And you shouldn't have to pay for your love with your bones and your flesh.
Hi, is this Ashley Biden? This is she. How are you? I'm doing well. I just wanted to, so I heard you have a few of my belongings. There's a diary here.
We got a diary here. We talk about your daddy taking a shower with you.
They blacken your eyes and then apologize. Your daddy's a girl. Don't tell mom you feel.
Showers with my dad, probably not appropriate. Yeah, it's not appropriate.
And you'll get a new toy. Tell grandma you fell off the swing.
Tell grandma you fell off a swing.
'Cause hell,
Hell. Hell is for children.
and you know that their bitter lives can become such a mess.
Hell. Secret journal of affairs.
And you shouldn't have to pay for your love with your bones and your flesh. No, hell is for children.
I used to be full of hope, dreams, and aspirations, but now it feels like all of that has faded away.
Poop pupils just swelling up. Hell. $40,000 for hookers. You going to the wrong club, man. You ain't got to spend that kind of money at the club to have a good time. Not with no strippers, you don't. Maybe he needs to go out there to California on the LA streets. $40 hookers. We seen that story earlier. And I don't like them girls that be doing flips on. I don't want to see you upside down on that pole. And do you know what's been on that pole? Look what you're dragging down it. Did you even wipe it down? I don't think you did. You need to go in the back and get you some of that hand cleaner with the alcohol in it to get some of them germs off of there. Cause that, what's that smell? Y'all serving seafood in this bitch? What the? That's just nasty. That is just nasty. Slippery snail. There she goes again. Look at her. His wife's dead and the parents suicide. Woo! That girl's got some talent. She can spread her legs. That's her talent. Dilly mean thing. So ends an execution of husband and wife. Two people are ruining your own life over them shoveling snow to your curb.
You go fuck yourself, you fucking queer.
Damn.
Call me a scummy motherfucker. Step out here. I'll knock your ass out.
Hold on a minute now. Y'all need to come on in the house. Stop all this arguing.
Fuck you. Fuck you, you fucking scum. I'll make your life a living hell living here, dickhead. What? You heard me. Fuck you, you fucking scum. You would probably...
You're the fucking scumbag!
Yeah, no,
You didn't fucking bother with nobody!
He's got a gun behind him. He's a fucking dog. You're a pussy. Fuck you. Pussy, pussy, pussy.
Go ahead! Go ahead! Go ahead! Go ahead!
Call the cops! Call the cops!
Talking all that shit. Oh, that's terrible, man. Is he all right? He like execution style shot that girl.
What happened? What happened? Call 911. What happened? Just call 911. Go get my phone.
Go get my gun. I wouldn't have. I'd heard gunshots. I wouldn't have went out there without one. He's coming back.
You should have kept your fucking...
Damn. Damn, man. And they should just play this to the jury and march this sumbitch right out back and put a bullet in his ear. She's still moving. You notice the silence? That's sad, man. State of Massachusetts is now asking families to host illegals in their home. Well, sure, come on down. As soon as you start with your house there, Congresswoman or whoever you are, then I might think about it. Are you going to think about it? No. You going to let them stay? No. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Vladimir Putin reportedly collapsed on floor of his private apartment and had to be resuscitated. See if I can. Somebody was back here just woke me up. Who was that back here woke me up? Let me see if I can't discourage him from messing with me when I'm sleeping. What's the dog doing? What's this dog doing? Taekwondo. Taekwondo. What's the dog doing? That frog shooting birds. Close 15 tabs after finishing. Yeah, sex is cool, but have you ever closed 15 tabs after finishing finishing a project? Have you ever returned bottles for cash? Hell yeah, that's how we used to get our money. It now costs 52% more to buy a home than to rent one. Bidenomics. Oh, that's a Ratatouille. And I don't like this movie because of the guy that voiced in there, the rat. What's his name? They say he's been doing things with kids. All right, we're gonna wrap this up. I appreciate all y'all being over here. Thanks for the thumbs up. Whoever did a thumbs up, whoever didn't do a thumbs up, we appreciate it. And Frank, what's going on? We will see when we're gonna see him, Jamie. We'll see you later.
It looks like you lost another one.